Here we go. Okay, you guys. I think I'm maybe somewhat ready to start. I hope everybody's doing great and that everybody can hear me. Let's change this thing. Hold on. Okay, so a couple of things, and we're going to start right off the bat showing the video that I try to post pictures of on X. So let's do. GMC Denali, at least the 2021-2022, 4x4 silver, belongs to Brian Higgins. Again, that is a GMC Denali truck, 4x4 silver, which was also parked at the Canton Police Department parking lot, belongs to Higgins. Here we go. Were you guys able to see it? I'm hoping you guys did. Before we go any further, I'm going to double check and confirm that you guys, there is a little bit of audio in all of this Ring camera videos that were available. They came with the Freedom of Information Act documents that have been shared, and some of them are not, you can't understand them. They're, you can't make anything of it. There's a couple of like words here and there, but not on that one at all. Let me check this camera roll, and let me make sure that you guys can hear me before I go any further. Hold on. Yeah. Yep, you guys can. Perfect. So just want to make sure, because I know it's Friday. It's a Friday, baby. And there's lots of news, lots of stuff always going on Fridays. But I wanted to make sure that you could hear me okay, that for those of you who come in on a later time and on the replay crew and try to catch up with whatever it is that I have to say, I appreciate everybody here. And we're going to play this thing again just so you can hear it and see it. But that is Brian Higgins getting out of that car. Give me a second and I'm going to take this off. I guess he showed up at JohnOKeefe's house after John was found dead. I guess he went to pay his respects. I'm not sure. But that is him pulling in on that GMC Denali. Somebody has a way to share that video or pass the reference to the user Facts Online on X, please do so, because they were inquiring and saying, since when does Higgins have an old truck? Who said anything about old truck? I mean, it's amazing to me how like words get twisted so quickly. And the next thing we're going to talk about is, and I wanted to bring this up to the attention of everybody. There's a lot of talks in regards to, and I'm going to share this instead, to Colin Albert, right? When he showed up, and I don't know whether people noticed it immediately, but he had a very different sort of haircut than the typical punk hair look and the beanie and everything that he normally wears on the pictures that we have been able to see. But on this appearance at court, where they all decided to sit down all together, tucked in the last row of the benches, almost like they needed to make sure they were seen, right? And you see them all like smiling and sort of like, being almost like joking, like it was a joke to them. I noticed immediately that he had a Marine haircut. I noticed immediately that he was all shaved up. I didn't know what was going on because why would I, right? I mean, why would I know? But he did have that sort of Marine Corps. Everybody's saying Army. I find that hard to believe, knowing that he might, he may not be the Marine Corps type, and he may be the chicken shit, as we all know, that doesn't go for the Marine Corps. He may go even Navy. Who knows? But he does have a military cut. It looks like he is going to be, or if not, already signed and enlisted. What I can tell you is that there are several requirements to be able to do that. And I'm going to show you this page, and hopefully, hold on. Here we go. This is from Army Mill, right? The recruiting part of it. So it talks about the requirements that you have to be a U.S. citizen by birth or naturalization or a permanent resident alien, be a high school graduate with a diploma, or have 15 semester hours of college with high school general education, and the transcript of it too. College level entrance program and Department of the Army non-resident testing education systems. It's called Dantes. Credits may apply, blah, blah, blah. It also talks about having a minimum general technical, which is a GT score of 95. It talks about the age, which is 21, but not more than 35. And what they're talking is general ruling, right? You can enlist at the age of 21 years old if you have a high school degree and you are a graduate, blah, 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 blah. Now, there's a specific ranks that you can go in. You can't go in as a sergeant as you just go in, right? And it depends on the branch too, because if it's Army, it's a little bit different than it's in the Marine Corps. I can tell you that, I mean, when the kids come in, they're privates. That's how they go in. And slowly then they transition, and then the ranks vary. Corporal, lance corporal, corporal, and then you keep moving up on the ladder, right? What it's pretty important in all of this is that there is a form that is required where tattoos must be in compliance, for instance, with the IR 670, which is also a regulation. There is a form that needs to be filled out completely to the best of your knowledge. And if you happen to conceal information, or if you happen to lie on this form, and that information comes about on the background check that you have to subject yourself to, because you have to have a background check done, you're pretty much lied, right? Now, what happens in the case of Colin? Colin hasn't been named. Correct me if I'm wrong, but their initial civil lawsuit, right? Karen gets acquitted. The initial civil lawsuit comes from the O'Keefe family against Karen and the bars, right? And both of the bars, C.F. McCarthy's and Waterfall. Karen countersuits. And in this countersuit, Colin is nowhere to be found. I don't know if you're following me here, right? The only time that Colin is named in any of this is on the defamation lawsuit. But that defamation lawsuit was entered by the McAlberts against Karen and Total Boy, right? He's a plaintiff in this lawsuit. He's not a defendant. So his name, he's not, how do I say this? Right now, nothing prevents him from enlisting, right? Nothing. There's nothing that prevents him from enlisting. There's nothing that says that unless there was doing, let's say, for instance, that somebody would have done a behavioral assessment and, he's found unfit for any medical reasons or psychological reasons, which, if you ask me, that should have been done to both Proctor and Good back in the day. And that's probably the reason why they didn't hire Michael Proctor in the Boston Police, because he probably didn't pass some of the requirements that they required, right? I'm sorry about the redundancy, but that's what it is. So at the end of the day, lawsuits wise, and the situation, even though we all feel, it's our opinion that he lied, that he was present at 34 Fairview, that he was one of 3 or 4 which engaged with a fight with JohnOKeefe, there is nothing legally stopping him. He's not, other than the defamation lawsuit, where he is one of the parties, a plaintiff in that lawsuit. He's not a named active participant facing culpable charges for any of this. And if that's the case, nothing stops him from joining any of the armed forces. That was pretty strategic, if you ask me, right? Because it's not a way to hide him. It's also a way to protect him. So we're going to talk about these protections because I think people are failing to see past what we all sort of like what's in front of our eyes, right? I had thought that Karen's suit name for people on the group chat and not Colin because it is central of her claim in the civil conspiracy. Well, and I wanted to talk about that. Like, I don't think Colin is named at all. I've been looking for, hold on, while I have you, I'm going to see, because I have them all, and I don't see Colin named anywhere, like anywhere. The only place where I can see him, and I wish, hold on, I'm going to see. The defamation lawsuit is the only thing that, let me take this off. Hold on, let me take this off and bring this up. So I'm going to bring this one up. Hold on. Okay, so the last one, I got the last one. Charity sent me the last one. On the March 13th, he's not there. On the other one, he's not there. Give me 1 second. This is the last one, which I haven't thoroughly gone through, but that is the last one. And if I quickly go, Colin, there's no Colin. There's no Colin whatsoever. If I look at the March 13th one, there's no Colin either. The initial lawsuit was from the O'Keefes, Paul, Denise, John's niece, and he was just the lawsuit was against Karen and both C.F. McCarthy's and the Waterfall. It had nothing to do with anything. And then Karen countersued. So other than in the defamation, I don't see Colin named anywhere. Now, do you remember how Kevin Albert didn't show in any of the in a lot of the legal documents either until March 13th? And in March 13th, his name shows up 13 times on that lawsuit. Hey, hi. So happy you're here because I need help. So why do you think Kevin Albert showed up? You know, for the entire time after we uncovered that Kevin Albert walks into the waterfall at 10:56:54, just merely a minute and 40 seconds after John and Karen walk in. I've been trying to identify, and I'm going to show you this. So you tell me what you think. mean, trying to identify who is this person that walks in with what do you call it? And I think I put it on the post section of YouTube. I uploaded that picture because, and I don't know whether we're going to be able to see it well enough, but let me try to show it. A lot of people don't recognize this guy. Let's see. Is it going to come out okay? Or let me see. No, this is not going to work. Let me see if I can do it differently. Let me do it differently. I don't know if you. That's Brian Higgins. That's Brian Higgins' truck. That's Brian Higgins coming out. I have no idea what the timestamp is. It's just a clip that became available within all the FOIA stuff. It's just a clip. Forerunner, right? Looks like it's a four. Yep. And then that looks like a Venza, like a Toyota Venza. I'm pretty good with cars. That's an Expedition. I don't know who drives an Expedition. And that seems to be, looks like a Chevrolet to me. So that could be John's car. But that car coming in, is Higgins. He's walking in with a red jersey. Could that be Peggy O'Keefe's Ford Expedition? Does she drive a Ford Expedition? Does she drive a Ford Runner? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So I'm going to show you this. Let me see if I can go back to this. I don't see what there's. I can't hear what they're saying either. This is just a clip. And just like this clip, there's plenty of others. So I'm going to try to share those. Give me 1 second. And I'm going to try to see if I can share the rest of them that I found. Because they're all short. They're not very long. And hold on. Okay, here we go. You guys ready? I'm going to see if I can do this and show you guys this. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. One. Almost there. Why can't I do that? Okay, here we go. Okay, you should be able to. You should be able to see it. I don't understand. Here we go. Can you? Okay, let me see. I gotta go back and. Yes, you can. Right? Let's see. That's just reverse. That's what I thought because it looks like what do you call it? Like a Chevrolet, but I wasn't sure because he had it on the other side. But yeah. And then it is a Toyota Venza. That is a Venza. The Shico has a white Tahoe. Hold on. KR named 4 people. In her suit, KR named 4 people. In the telling the guy never went in the house. The group shot plus BH. It could be that Colin wasn't named because there is less evidence of his participants. And that was my point. So I don't know if you guys, I need to put things into a timeline because everything falls apart. There's no context when you cannot fit shit together and sort of like find a chronological order of events, right? So it's just like the Jessica Hyde situation. She got paid huge amounts. She was able to tap into a huge grant right after when? Right after the trial. So if we don't put things into context, we'll never link one piece to the other. And that is my point with all of this. So on March 8th was when I started going through all the videos again, the lengthy videos that they shared on the FOIA of the Waterfall, looking for cars, looking for other people, because I knew there had to be other people that we were not able to see on prior videos, especially the ones that were shared during the trial, right? So think about this. When we blew up that we found Kevin Albert was March 8th. By the 9th, I already had a post on X that was huge, lengthy, and it included when did we find him, when did we see him, when did he walked in, what happened when he walked in, and how long was he there, and what time did he walk out. On the 13th, there was a motion that Karen's lawyers, and I'm not saying, I'm not taking, I'm not taking credit for absolutely nothing. That's not my aim here. But on the 13th, that long ass motion included Kevin Albert's name 13 times. 13 times. So I'm not saying, let's just keep it plain and simple. The letter that Kelly shared the other day, right, which is available on the FOIA information. The letter that Kelly shared that Matt McCabe had sent to, where are we going? Hold on. I'm going to come back to this, but wait, let me go back to, let me keep it where we are. Matt McCabe shared the letter, right? He sent a letter to Norfolk County District Attorney, right? And that letter that he sent was addressed by email to a bunch of other people, right? All of those peoples and names, we have stumbled into those people at one point or another. We know who these people are. We have already seen their names and see how they have played a part. I'm going to make this bigger in the entire shenanigan that has been going on since this whole thing started. So I can't take that letter and not put it into context. Why? Because the time of the letter, can you guys see this? Yeah. The time of this letter, everything about this letter tells us exactly what we need to know in regards to what? In regards to why was this letter sent? Why did Matt McCabe felt compelled? And we're gonna talk about Matt McCabe a lot in the next couple of days. I don't know if you've noticed, but I try very hard that every single one of my theories, everything that my logic tells me that should have happened, people that I know that should be there, should have been there, there is no way that these people were not there. I wait. And even though if I brainstorm with you guys, I wait because in time, there will be crap that will come up, evidence that will either confirm or deny what I have known all along. And it's not because I'm a freaking fortune teller. It's not because of anything like that. It's because logic tells me it had to. There is no way in hell that it didn't have to. The Shico next to the Tahoe coming in one-on-one. Okay, I saw a picture. Wait, where? Oh, yeah, I saw that. I'm going to bring it. I understand what you mean. And I can even tell someone about this story. It's great. Yeah, I mean, how it is impossible for any of us to talk about any of this with anybody who has not been like nose in on this whole shenanigan since day one. Why is that? Because even though there's a lot of people that want to know, right? We're an after the fact situation. We're sort of like explaining and going back and backtracking steps and details that happened back then. But not all of us were living those details in the moment. We were not all on real time when all of those things came out. So I'm going to give you a little bit of information here. Like Kelly has been on this thing before all of this happened too, and I'm going to show you something. He is addressing this to Governor Healy and Colonel Mon. Now, you remember that Colonel Mon ended up being booted out, right? But Colonel Noble didn't take over until, I think it was, kill me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was October 7th, 2024. It was either the 7th or the 6th. He was named as the new Massachusetts State Police Colonel by Maura Healey, and it was right around the time after Enrique was, the Enrique story came out, and he was named as the new colonel of the Massachusetts State Police. So during this time, and I'm trying to find out, because I think during this time there were issues going on with Colonel Munn, but the email is addressed to them. I am writing on behalf of the current unpaid suspension and investigation into Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor. My name is Matthew McCabe. Like, you think they don't know that? You think that half of these people don't know that? I mean, who does he think he's kidding here? Is he saving face? Or is he just following fucking protocols here? I'm actually one of the state witnesses in the KarenRead trial. You're more than that, Matt McCabe. And you know that. You are a lot more than simply a state witness, right? Because you are the one directing the game. Tell them the guy never went in the house. Isn't it? Didn't you? Tell them the guy never went in the house. And that message was directed to who? To the owner. of that house. So you're telling the owner of 34 Fairview to tell the media that the guy never went in the house. So who died and made you king of the jungle, Matt? Who died? Since when are you giving orders and directing people on what to do? You're directing Big Brian A, nonetheless, telling him what to say. Isn't that funny? Huh? Big Fat Matt. Yeah. I do not condone the private text messages that Trooper Proctor shared with his friends and colleagues. And now, mind you, when this email letter was sent, we're not talking about the text messages that we just discovered a few days ago, right? That were shared yesterday. No, we're talking about, she's hot, she's a leaky poop, and whatever it is, right? Those were the only text messages. I wish she just kill herself. Those were the only text messages that were at stake when this letter was sent. But in no way do those text messages warrant a termination of Trooper Proctor. He has worked tirelessly on this case. Yeah, for you. He has worked tirelessly on this case for you, hasn't he? As well as others. And those text messages play no role into his or the team's investigation into the death of JohnOKeefe. Can you believe this crap? That he had the balls, the pair of cojones, to send this letter on behalf of Michael Proctor back in July 2024. But then again, when we look at what could have happened in July 2024, I'm going to give you a little bit of history. And we're going to put that letter on pause, but we're going to finish reading it. So if we look at when Michael Proctor, it was leaked, and I know you all remember because we all lived this shit, when Sean McDonough came out and said, oh, Michael Proctor is fired. And everybody started like going crazy. No, there's no receipts. You're being whatever. Well, the way that people that have been in investigation roles, in undercover roles, in Department of Justice roles, the way that this works is that we tend to find out crap before anybody else does. And isn't that the whole purpose of it? Right? So he gets a call and there's a source that is already letting him know that after those texts came about, after trial, after Michael Proctor testified on trial, they had already made a decision. A decision was made to start the firing process of Michael Proctor. And because of that and other things, because if you look at his firing MSP record letter, he was not only fired because of the text messages. He was fired for specific violations of regulations that he infringed. So it's just not about text messages. If people thought that this was about only text messages, no. So there's a three-card. Monty always has to cut. Three-clerk. I saw a picture of the Shico next to the Tahoe coming in. Yeah, and he walks in around with Polo Keefe. I understand what you mean. I can't even tell somebody. We already read that one. And I feel the same way when I saw Jen's dad. And I think, okay, so Jen's dad was born in 1939. Do the math. Do you think that Jen's dad actually wrote that letter? Or do you think he was drafted by one of the 4 kids that he's got as secretary at his house? Who wrote that letter? I mean, in all honesty, like when you look at the words and you dissect semantically every single one of the paragraphs of these people's communications trying to advocate for one another, you can almost like tell, you can taste it. It's a way of savoring almost their guilt is being transcribed into words, and the words are meant to hide what the real beef is and what's really going on. So going back to this letter, I'm going to finish reading this so I can close this chapter and show you something else, because everything has to do, one thing has to do with the next. And this is how we're going to trap these people. There's got to be a sequence on everything that they do And this is how we're going to trap them. They're already trapped on my books. I'm missing a couple of things here and there on a few people that I would like to find evidence. Because of what? Because I already know that they were there. But it's not enough. My opinion is not enough. Based on logic and sequence and whatever pretty term I want to call it, it's not enough. But you can't stop looking, because what makes it enough is when you find these little things that you go, huh, look at that. And suddenly you find Higgins getting off of his GMC Denali. Why didn't he drive his Wrangler? Why didn't he? Right? It was snowing. There's a blizzard. That's why he has it, right? He's got a 6.8-inch aftermarket plowing accessory thing. So why isn't he driving the Wrangler? Have you thought about that? Because the first thing that I thought when I saw that video is like, son of a bitch, why is he driving the GMC Denali? And you're going to have to excuse my French, my Italians, and all my other languages, because it's like, I don't know why am I so frustrating? Is it because of the impotency of not being able, or I'm going to call it failure? Because why is it that the majority of us don't see it? Why is it, or I'm not going to say the majority of us don't see it. Why is it that it's so hard for the legal system, or for the DOJ, or for the white collar crime division, civil rights division of the Department of Justice in Boston? Why is it so hard to put one and one together? Can anybody? Because I don't understand it. When you put everything into a timeline and you marry the information with everything that happened before or after, pre and post, it is impossible not to believe that some of this stuff, it is more than tied to each other. It's linked to each other. It's married to each other. Trooper Proctor says, and his wife, along with myself, my wife, my family. So he's already telling us, right? So it's Trooper Proctor. His wife is in the mix. His wife is in the mix. His family and his friends are in the mix, because they're all being attacked and vilified in the media and on social platforms. The accusations and harassments are nothing I or you have ever seen. How do you know what other people have seen? The accusations and harassments are like nothing I or you have ever seen. How is he able to talk about the people that he's writing to if he doesn't know them from Adam? If he has no personal relationship with any of them, how does he know that they have not seen anything like this? Or whatever it is that he calls it, that he's experienced. It is unprecedented. Based on what, Matt? Based on what? Can you give me a benchmark? Are we talking about 1930s? Are we talking about 1940s? Are we talking about 1950s? What are we talking about? Which benchmark are you pinpointing here when you say it is unprecedented? And the focus should be on protecting those involved. And the focus should be on protecting those involved. Are you listening to this? Let me go back. I don't know if you... Okay. Yeah, you guys are fine. I don't see any comments, any new comments. Okay, back to my thing. The focus should be... Oh my God. People are such an idiots. They're so stupid. The focus should be on protecting those involved. Your frustration and attention should be directed at the behavior of the defense and their collusion with working with bloggers. Your frustration. So Matt is writing a letter. He's writing a letter to a bunch of people that are described here. Can you still see this? Let me see, because I changed. Yeah. So, oh my God, wait. So who's here? Maura Healey, right? Colonel Mon, right? William Galvin. Do you guys know who that is? You people, everybody needs to start looking up these people and figuring out who they are. Norfolk County Clerk's Office. Walter Timothy. Andrea Campbell. Morrissey. Nick Collins. Kimberly Driscoll. Traub David, who ran for the hills on July 2nd and said, I resign, and made a commotion in the front doors of that courtroom. Do you remember that? Because I remember that. He ran. He didn't physically, he physically left after that day, but there's a process when you also resign to a civil service position, and it wasn't until September he started collecting pay, because most of the civil service people have annual leave, sick leave, right? PT hours that they need to exhaust, because that's a way to continue to pay them to get paid until the resignation date comes about. Lynn Vellen, who was involved in several letters back and forth between her and the Department of Justice, specifically Josh Levy. John Pinkham, do we know who that is? Terrence. And then he adds constituent services, like, to make everybody know, go back and look at the constituent services and see how many times I have donated to your stupid campaigns. State Police, Massachusetts. Carissa Hand. Gerald Collins. Mike Barrett. William Brownsberger. Do we know? These are people he knows. These are people he's got communications with. He's had communications with. Because if he hadn't, how does he know the accusation and harassments are nothing I or you have ever seen? How does he know? It is unprecedented, and the focus should be on protecting those involved. Your frustration, he's talking about the frustration of this group of people. Your frustration and attention should be directed at the behavior of the defense and their collusion with working with bloggers to vilify and attack anyone associated with this case. What this defense team has done is a disgrace to the Massachusetts judicial system. If this is the way law and order will be practiced moving forward, whoa. If this is the way, sounds like an ultimatum to me. If this is the way law and order will be practiced moving forward, the state of Massachusetts, under your watch, should prepare for a lawless society. Sounds like a threat to me. So who's intimidating who? I gotta clip that shit. Hold on. Hold on. And I'm gonna do it with you right here. Yeah, I gotta do it right there in the moment. I am not wasting any time. This is unbelievable. From yours truly, Matt McCabe. Picture taken. And oh my freaking God. This is just ridiculous. So the federal government. Wait, let me see who's still here, because I want to make sure that my people are here. Okay, hello. Hi, Standing Stones. How are you? Oh my God, finally. Good. And you can come back and catch up later, and we can catch up other ways too. Berkeley Retirement Dinner, seeing the names, titles of each of these speakers, very informative. Yeah, and you can compare them both and back and forth, right? All of these people know each other. And then he has had long-standing relationships with these people. Look how he's actually referring them to where to look, their constituents, right? The MSP, whatever. What do these people normally do? They throw money at people because they want to be in good standing, and money talks. You have never seen a freaking monkey dancing in a circus unless you throw money in the hat, have we? unless you throw, what keeps the guitar player playing? You gotta throw a couple of coins here and there, and $1 here and there, and even $5. And if he gets lucky, maybe he gets a $10 tip, right? But everybody plays because of what? Because of money. So when you hear people saying follow the money, follow the money, follow the money, they're not joking. But sometimes you have to sort of follow the money in a way that is not necessarily in front of your eyes. Some of us are oblivious of how money can be hidden, transferred, shared, sent. I mean, look at nowadays. What do we have? Venmo. Did you notice what Jen McCabe did when she was on her phone? Some of the activities that she had on her phone. PayPal. She was on her PayPal. Who was she PayPaling? I mean, it wasn't me. I checked my PayPal and she wasn't PayPaling me, right? So who was she sending a PayPal to? There's a rumor out there, and I don't know if you remember, for most of you that were there back in the day, but Julie Nagel, there was a PayPal situation between Julie, Ryan, and this and that, and right? So Dodge Ram, the only place where I have seen that Dodge Ram is at the Canton PD parking lot. And believe me, you guys know, I have been looking and searching for cars, and we have found enough cars already running around, even past 1229, 122902, when we see Karen. There are more cars, and it's almost like they're following her tail. The sole fact that Ryan Nagel, the Lexus, met the Ford F-150 in the corner of Cedar, Crest, and Fairview, it tells you that Ryan Nagel, who's a townie, right? All of them are a townie, and of course they were all drinking. But why would he take the long road to Fairview? Because he was on the Lexus freaking tail. That's the only explanation. St. C.F. McCarthy's. You see him turning around and looking back and looking at Karen and looking at John. And then he's at C.F. McCarthy's. Why was he at C.F. McCarthy's? Why did he go to 34 Fairview? We watched the trial on these people and how they all coincide on the same thing. What are they coinciding? They had to all coincide that Julie came out. Why do you think that is? Because maybe she didn't. Maybe Ryan went out. Maybe Ryan left the Ford F-150 on, with his lights on. On what? On the back of the Lexus. Why? To push the Lexus a little bit further. Why? Because between the lights and the Yukon, there's no visibility on that side of the road. You know what's funny? I misplaced one. I'm looking for a document. And I'm not going to say which one, but I'm looking for a document because I found this document in one of the last FOIA shared information. And that document confirms what I'm telling you right now. I got so nervous when I found it. I changed the name on it. I hid it. I put it somewhere else. I have a couple of external drives that I use. I don't keep everything or save everything on any of this laptops, computers, whatever. So for security reasons, right? And I can't find it. I don't know where I saved it. I don't know under what name I saved it. Like I have tricky names for stuff like Snow White and Pocahontas, and I name stuff. I name stuff because I know what it is. When I see it, I'll know exactly what it is, but nobody will know what it is. So the name of Snow White and Cinderella, Pocahontas, or whatever, or Little Mermaid is going to like throw off people because they're going to think it's a nothing burger, right? But that's how I do things. That's how I've been doing things for a long time. So thank God for FOIA. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that document, and I will continue to find it. I spent a lot of time yesterday looking for it off and on, and I still haven't found it. But when I find that document, you will understand how all of this is going to make sense. Because their efforts, especially with this letter, their efforts was You can easily tell by scrutinizing certain documents who is in charge here. And it's not who we think. Now, what happens is when we are focused all of our efforts, all of our attention into someone who's actually not, we're wasting our times, aren't we? When we're focusing our attention and calling out the wrong individual, what does that do? It detours attention elsewhere rather than focus where we need to focus, right? It almost serves like a promotional tactic where everybody's looking at somebody else and we fail to continue to look at what? Why do you think that we kept looking for Colin Albert? There's no reason not to look for Colin Albert. Colin Albert was a key player since the time that Chris invited John to the Waterfall. Julie sent a message to John. Are you coming or what? Right around 10 something. And Chris had sent a message to John too. You better get here or I'm going to F up your whatever, right? So they kept instigating John to come down to the Waterfall. And 2 minutes, not even 2 minutes, 120 seconds after John and Karen walk in, who walks in? But after this good situation, and we're going to talk about that in a minute, but we're going to finish here. Your frustration and attention should be directed to the behavior of the defense and their collusion with working with bloggers to vilify, attack anyone associated with this case. What this defense team has done is a disgrace to the Massachusetts judicial system. If this is the way, that sounds like a freaking ultimatum to me, man. If this is the way law and order will be practiced moving forward, the state of Massachusetts, under your watch, should prepare for lawless society. What does that mean, Matt? Because the last time I checked, you have no guns, right? People around you might, but you have no guns. You have no authority, no legal authority to own a gun in Massachusetts. I do, where I'm at. And I open carry. But the last time I checked, you don't. So what is this threat about? The federal government inserted themselves in this case. You're wrong about that. First of all, the federal government has every single right and authority to do whatever the F they want. For what reasons, I do not know. Oh, really? Well, do you want me to lay them out? I can do a timeline on them. I can let you know. But all they have done has given validation for the media and the online bloggers to attack the state police and the state's witnesses. During the federal investigation, private text messages from Michael Proctor were submitted to counsel in the KarenRead trial. I think he meant trial, not trail. Were submitted to counsel in the KarenRead trial. I think he meant trial. What we did, oh, wow, what do you know? McCabe makes typos too. I guess he's human, huh? We did not see was any collusion, conspiracy to frame KarenRead, speak for yourself, in those private messages, because it did not happen. Right. What I do understand, tell me, what do you understand, Matt? Is that the federal government felt that if it was important to share those private text messages, they're not private, Matt. You should know, right? Aren't you into cybersecurity and the whole cloud thing and the whole elevate whatever? Aren't you? So let's pause this. I know that you know that in 2009, Matt McCabe and his brother, Michael, and somebody last name, I want to say, was it Diller or Miller, and who now lives in North Carolina. And what was the other person's name? Hold on. So initially, the company is called, and that's why him and Galvin are very good friends, because they quit their jobs. And in 2009, they put together, right? They started Elevate software, IT solutions, blah, 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 blah. So can you see this? Let's see. Let me see. Which one? Standing Stone, tell me. Let me see. What was it? We have it. We did a whole show on the retirement dinner, and we talked about those people who spoke and the awards that Berkey received. We did a show on that. I think I can't remember the name of it, but I can look it up. But it's available on CCTV on the Canton thing. They did edit it, so there were stuff that they caught, but we shared it. Now, I'm gonna get out of there. Wait, I don't want to go into. Here we go. Are we looking? Okay, let me see if we can. Yep. So this company that he owns offers all of these services. Let me go back to it so I can move. Okay. So it's IT, cybersecurity solutions. When they started in 2009, it had to do also with it, like staffing, right? And all of other stuff. And they quickly positioned themselves. By 2000, I want to say it was 16, they actually managed to have a few clients under their belt. And one of those clients was the government. The government is always looking for service providers because back in the day when I was involved, we were always seeking for solutions, implementations in the platforms to sort of speed up the process for time management purposes, that they were more automated, right? If we wanted to produce, I don't know, let me think about a project. Okay, if we wanted to produce, okay, let's go to payroll. Payroll for federal government is, as you can imagine, millions and millions and millions. There are people that are paid by the same, there's like two entities who handle the majority of everybody's payrolls, right? But those people that they were handling are all over the place. They're overseas. They're not in the same office. So let's say that they wanted a solution to be able to process payroll for everybody and produce their earnings, their pay stubs, their whatever. That's when they would find companies like this, and they would put a proposal out there. We're looking for service providers for an outsourced company or a firm to provide a solution for how to distribute the pay stubs. And that's when companies like this would come in and they would bid on that proposal, and they would try to win that bid, right? So if you won that bid came tied with a dollar amount, and that dollar amount is what you would get paid for if we were to take your services and choose you as a government outsourced company who would provide that solution. So going back to the letter, to finish it up, we have gone in a tangent a couple of times. The federal government inserted themselves in this case for whatever reasons I do not know. Well, you do know. And all they have done has given validation to the media and the online bloggers to attack the state police and the state witnesses. During the federal investigation, private text messages from Michael Proctor were submitted to counsel in the KarenRead trial. What we did not see was any collusion or conspiracy to frame KarenRead in those private text messages, because it did not happen. Yes, it did. What I do not understand is why the federal government felt that it was important to share those private text messages, but at no point did they find it important to share that there was no conspiracy or cover-up of the murder of JohnOKeefe. Yes, they did. And I will show that letter next. Since the investigation became public at the hands of the defense team leaking this, we have watched multiple innocent state witnesses be tormented and accused of the murder of their friend. Ha! What do you know? When in all fact, the witnesses tried was to help. Our justice system is broken. Really? Well, we were the ones saying that. If you want to steal our slang, I think you can. You just did, but that's our slang. The justice system is indeed broken. I'll give you that. And this case shows that nobody will want to be state's witness in the future. No, that's not what it shows. What it shows is corruption. What it shows is the manipulation of a group to be able to get puppets like Trooper Proctor and Sean Good, right? Who are hungry and hangry, both of them at once, and willing to serve as puppets. That's what is shown. To do what? To accomplish what? Tell me. In conclusion, I understand a suspension of Trooper Proctor for his unprofessional behavior is warranted, but in no way should terminate a great officer of the state. As a MA state trooper with a young family and a life in law enforcement in front of him, you should not take that away from him. You are aware that Trooper Proctor did not compromise the state police investigation into the death of Keefe. So who did, Matt? Since you're so knowledgeable and, a jack of all trades, like, who did? Because apparently it wasn't him. He was just a tool in a drawer. You open the drawer, you find the tool, and you put it to work. What are you telling us, Matt? I have a pretty good idea. As the leaders of the state of Massachusetts, you should not cower and let the Free KarenRead group direct and bully you into a regrettable decision. Here's another screenshot. And here we go. Wow, this guy is like, you're pretty brave when it comes to typing on the other side of the screen. Pretty brave. Coward. So, Governor Healy and Colonel Mott, I plead with you to make a statement. Another one? Didn't you already do that? That shows support for your team. Oh, shit. Another screenshot. I mean, this is amazing. Stand up for the men and women of the Massachusetts State Police and stand behind their investigation and the charges that were brought against KarenRead. The removal of Trooper Proctor will only continue to charade that KarenRead and her defense have unleashed on this great state and will compromise the state's trial of KarenRead. Thank you very much for reading this, and I hope you make the right and ethical decision to keep Trooper Proctor on the job. Sorry, Matt, but this is not going to age well. So when Kelly shared that, there's a couple of things that we forgot, right? On July 2nd, that's when David Trupp ran for the hills. July 2nd, the trial ended. July 3rd, David Trupp ran. There was a confirmed collision because some of us did, oh no, he hasn't been fired. Oh yes, he hasn't been fired. And all somebody was doing was trying to let everybody know that it's already had been on the making, that he was going to be fired for what he did and the other stuff that he did. So when we look at how Matt McCabe is aware of something, even Ted Daniels came out and said, no, it hasn't been, it's not true. And it was true. There was nothing official yet. But the fact that the decision had been made to start the firing process of Trooper Proctor right after the trial ended, because of the text messages and the other two violations that are cited on his termination, it is absolutely dead true. So all of these people, and I hope some of you, if I know all of you, it's impossible, right? We all have lives, and I guess some of our lives have been put on hold just to not let go and not quit too soon on this situation. But you need to do your own due diligence and do a little bit of Googling and find out who all these people are, because all of those people have been involved in the lives of Matt McCabe. All of these people knew exactly what Matt McCabe was talking about. All of these people know, right? Because the accusations and harassments are like nothing they have ever seen before. He's speaking not only on his behalf, he's speaking on his behalf and their behalf. Almost like he knows that they have not seen anything like it. He's talking about their frustration and how their attention should be directed to the behavior of the collusion of the defense working with bloggers. I guess Matt didn't see this coming, right? He didn't think that all of us were going to actually meddle and fiddle around with everything that was going on, right? But this is where the key is. And the company that will bring it to you is AT&T, right? We're going to talk about all of that. But don't forget, there's a time and a place for everything that we do. If we happen to even blink in the wrong direction and let the other people know, right? What are we doing? We're not helping the cause. I'm going to flip to this real quick, and I'm going to let you know that in any military, government, federal, there is a lengthy form that has to be completed, not only for application, any application to a job, anything that has to do with anything. There is a background check that is tied to all of this, right? And that background check, it is very extensive. And if by any chance there's omitting information, and that's the part, this is the only part that I wanted to talk to. In any of the forms, it doesn't matter if it's a standard form 86, if it's an application for the Army, if it's a recruitment, it doesn't matter. Federal job, civil job, it doesn't matter. If at any point in any civil or federal jobs, you omit information that you were supposed to disclose, or you answered negatively, or you lied, it will come in on your background check. And if that is found, you're screwed. Just letting everybody know. That's how it works. The fact that they're hiding Colin, and he's all of a sudden, he looked scared to me, if you ask me. He looked scared. He looked like, almost like it's ride or die. Might as well move to New Hampshire. Ride or die. He looked scared. Pretty scared. I'm going to find this. I'm going to show this. While Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe and all of them are like with their smirks in their faces and sort of like, because they know they have something coming, and they're not, they know that nobody else knows. And that is my point. We cannot continue to let other people know what's going on before we make our next move. We can't continue to do that. If we continue to do that, they are going to be 3-4 steps ahead of the game. Right? Ahead of it. So I'm going to show hold on. Okay, here we go. Can you guys still hear me? Let me see. Yeah, you are. I'm going to bring this for a second to show you. So on that hearing that everybody was looking at, and that they were all sitting, first thing that caught my eye was the haircut. It's like, this haircut. What's going on with this haircut? And he's sitting, like with his chest up rather than and he's always been very arrogant, but he's sitting very differently. I want to find a clip of that so I can share without let me see if I can find a general one, like a Boston something, or without getting into trouble. But hold on. Court appearance. I think Mike shared it. I'm not sure. Let's see.
This is
No, that's not it. Oh, look, but they have a piece of this. So, let's share this. Can you guys hear it?
Higgins. As part of Reed's defense during the criminal trial, she claimed that the McCabes, the Alberts, and Higgins are the ones really responsible for the death of JohnOKeefe, and that they tried to frame her to cover it up. In a new legal brief, the witnesses call that a, quote, vile work of fiction that they say Reed concocted to evade responsibility for her actions.
Right.
The defamation case against Reed and Carney has not been filed, and the brief gives no indication when that might happen. In response, Reed's lawyer tells me truth is an absolute defense to a claim of defamation. He says, we will defend KarenRead vigorously against such baseless claims. Reed was found not guilty of murder and manslaughter earlier this year. The civil case is due to return to court on Friday.
We are going to sit down with KarenRead and her attorneys in just a moment.
But hello, you guys.
Look at this new lawsuit and a warning.
Hello.
Some of the language you are about to hear is disturbing and offensive.
Nearly 1 year after KarenRead walked out of court a free woman, she's waging her own legal battle this morning against the police departments she says framed her for the murder of her boyfriend, police officer JohnOKeefe.
You know what you did. You know what you've done.
The 46-year-old filing a scathing new civil suit against Massachusetts State Police and the town of Canton, laying out a litany of racist messages her attorneys say were exchanged between the lead investigator on Reed's case, Michael Proctor, and former Canton Police Sergeant Sean Good.
Take your time. I saw was involved, so I wouldn't rush if you're working. Let them die.
Most of the messages unrelated to Reed, but according to the complaint, their crude nature expose a culture of bias and corruption.
You are a filthy pig that you just do dirty things to.
Reed's history with Proctor and others in law enforcement stretching back years.
She's a whack job.
Her attorneys have long maintained, but have yet to prove, that O'Keefe was killed at a house party after a night of heavy drinking with fellow officers back in 2022, who then tried to cover it up by falsely accusing Reed of hitting O'Keefe with her SUV, leaving him to die in the snow.
This case should be over right now. Done. Because there was no collision.
A jury ultimately acquitted Reed last summer of second-degree murder after her first trial ended with a hung jury. Proctor, meanwhile, was fired for his misconduct, his lawyer dismissing the newly revealed messages from his personal life as having no bearing whatsoever on the investigation of KarenRead. Sergeant Good also off the force, resigning this week after he was placed on leave for alleged misconduct. It's unclear if that leave.
So a lot of people are saying fired, retired, he quit. And when that happens is because, at one point you are on leave with pay. Your absence, your disciplinary action, doing an investigation, you got to be out of the prison or the police department while they are conducting an investigation. But there's a process in all of this, right? And before you go on leave without pay, or you go without pay, suspension without pay, you have to be on suspension with pay. When that time is exhausted, the next process is suspension without pay. Unless you have found something or you're ready to pull the trigger, some people are given an option. Do you want to be fired? Do you want to be fired? Do you want to resign? There is severance money, there's termination money that somebody can pick up if you decide to be fired rather than resigned. Because when you resign from a job, you're resigning, you're relinquishing all of your rights to any benefits, any entitlements, anything that you're due. There's different institutions that work different, right? Maybe it didn't affect him. Maybe it didn't affect him resigning rather than fired. And he rather resign than wait until he got fired, because it will be the whole connotation of fired against resigned mentally, right? Like the whole perception in us all humans is different. But he resigned. He actually ran. He resigned. He chose to resign. And that says a lot.
Eve was connected to Read, but Massachusetts State Police call their messages, quote, abhorrent, adding in a statement they do not reflect the agency's values. Yet the allegations of police corruption at the heart of Read's defense struck a chord for many of her supporters, who often gathered outside the courthouse, with many more following online.
Never in my entire life have I been more invested in a court case.
Even an auction of her SUV attracting intense interest until it was sold. It all comes as the former financial analyst fends off other legal woes, including a wrongful death lawsuit brought by the O'Keefe family. But KarenRead has vowed to keep fighting to vindicate her innocence.
There's more evidence and there's more of a story to tell. Now, NBC News has reached out to Sean Good, but has not yet heard back. The town of Canton, meantime, says it refutes any broad stroke characterizations about the people who serve in that department. And
it's like, what does Good have anything to say? After you discover, you scrutinize, and they can't, he can say juvenile and inappropriate. He can say whatever he wants. Once there's proof in black and white that actually how can he come back from anybody? And that's what I'm telling you guys. When I stumbled into pieces of information that are mind freaking blowing, how can you? It's hard to sleep at night. That's all I'm gonna say. I am surrounded. I am so blessed and thankful that I am surrounded by a very few small group of people that for some reason, I can't say for some reason, but they do trust me. Because if they didn't, they wouldn't come to me, right? I will never rat out anything that I have received from anybody. But I also take that with a great level of responsibility and ethics and commitment. I received something a few months ago, and I was auditing all this stuff. To go further, I had to step outside of the audit and do a little bit of digging on something that I am not foreign to. So it was, in a way, easy, because I was swimming within known waters, right? I knew where the little, waves were, where I was going to find a few things that may ache my feet if I stepped on them. I knew exactly what to do. But this little adventure of mine, based on somebody contacting me and showing the same disappointment that we have all shown for a long time, is that why are we failing to focus on information that is so relevant, so important, and that could destroy and put an end to all of this? Why are only not even 2-3 of us talking and disgusted about this huge piece of evidence that could just put an end to all of this? The majority it's almost like they're skating. They're skating out of it because of course it's scary. But let me ask you a question. Everything in life that it's worth it, it's scary. Do you think it wasn't scary for Karen to take over this stuff? Do you think it wasn't scary for some of those people to go outside and hold signs? And how about the people that live in Canton? Right? So there's a comfort zone and there's a not comfort zone. And what we saw on that letter from Matt McCabe on July 22nd, 2024, what is that he feels very comfortable. That level of comfortness is due to the fact that he knows exactly who he was addressing. He knows those people, knows them so well that he was speaking for them at one given point, because he said this is nothing you and I have ever witnessed. How does he know what they have witnessed? Unless he's under 21 and has had a relationship with all of them, right? So money talks. And when money talks, the little monkey dances. When money talks, the guitar guy plays, right? He keeps playing when he sees that you throw money in the hat. And that threat about this lawless society, if you don't do something, then we're going to become a lawless society. That's an ultimatum, and it could be also interpreted as a threat. Now, reiterating everything else that we have said, the fact that Good resigned, he was presented what was obtained from so far from the investigation that they had launched on his behalf. He resigned because he wanted sort of get a leadway and see what he can do proactively before all this stuff is about to explode. We're looking at text messages, and yesterday I started watching a few shows here and there, but let me tell you, as hard as it was for some of the content creators and the lawyers that were talking about this, every single law tuber, Melanie, the lawyer, Peter and Emily, they all had different takes in how they saw this, but they all coincided in one thing. It was so hard. It was almost like it was challenging to even repeat what was embedded in those text messages. The risk and the impact of this type of communications when they become public and you finally unveil the monsters behind these uniforms wearing badges and guns is that it can affect other cases. And this is going to get a lot worse before it gets any better, because it will affect other cases. There is a level of racism and hate embedded in Proctor that it is beyond what a human being will consider to be normal. And don't forget, when you dream as a kid to be a police officer, when you dream as a kid to serve and protect, you want to do it because you want to serve and protect everybody. It's not just the ones that are also bold like you, right? Bold looking. You want to serve and protect everybody. You want to help people. You want to cooperate with people. To have the caliber of this human lack of, oh my God, wearing badges and guns, it's unheard of. It is absolutely unheard of that they lasted 8-10 years working with the public. So I'm going to show you this because this is the Shico. We're going to show Well, maybe we should continue with this.
And joining us now is KarenRead, along with her two attorneys, Alan Jackson and Charles Waters. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Karen, let's start with you because we really haven't heard from you much and seen you really at all
Just
since
sound
the
bites.
jury's not guilty verdict. First, just why file this lawsuit now? You already have one lawsuit in the queue. Why do this now?
This was always our plan, that I had to save my own life first. I can't do anything if I'm not free. And I had to fight for my freedom for years. And I knew as it unfolded, I was never going to be able to just forget that this happened to me, that I was wronged in this way. I couldn't just go back to life as it was. I have to continue fighting for justice. The acquittal is deserved.
Isn't it hard when, you know what I see when I see her and I see her talk? It's, you know, she's free, but she's not. She wants to say so much and she can't. She wants to let her guards down, but she has to keep them up. She's almost like thinking and proactively listening to what she's going to say before she says it, just to make sure that she doesn't infringe anything that may compromise already what the plan is, what the next steps are in regards to this civil lawsuits, in regards to the defamation. Let me tell you something. John died January 29th, 2022. I'm sorry. January 29th, 2022. It's been 4 years, over 4 years. It is about freaking time that local, that the international, that, you know, national TV news puts this stuff on TV. We need to alert what's happening in Massachusetts. This is not solely just about JohnOKeefe and KarenRead. What's happening in Massachusetts, it's a lot bigger than what we can all even begin to understand. She understands. I think Alan Jackson understands. And I think many of us understand. I think many of us who have looked into this past the surface and deeper, in a deeper context than just, you know, JohnOKeefe was ambushed and beaten to death inside of 34 Fairview, because that's what we all believe. That's what the autopsy pictures tell us. All of us who have seen past just how prematurely John died, it didn't have to happen. We now understand, after all of these years investigating, researching, and not just staying in the surface of something that may come up, a clip, somebody that may say something, no, that this and that, we go further. We try to figure out what happened. So when did this happen prior? There are precedents. This things that these people have done. We have already talked about so many times how they happened before. They have a prior example of all of this, and they have been following patterns because it's worked. And if it has worked in the past, then why wouldn't it work going forward? Why wouldn't it work going forward? If you don't do anything, our legal system is facing a lawless society. Let me ask you a question. Do you think any normal Commonwealth of Massachusetts citizen would feel comfortable sending an email to all of the people that we just saw, the governor, the state police. Most people are like, they don't even want to deal with the state police, with Massachusetts state police. They don't even want to get a ticket. They don't want to see any cop near them, right? Do you think the majority of the population in Massachusetts, in any of the cities, it doesn't matter what county, would feel very comfortable addressing Michael Morrissey, David Traub, Andrew Campbell, Governor Healy, Briscoe, all of these people, if you didn't know them, if you didn't already have a working or somewhat social or somewhat, maybe even potentially family relationship with these people, why would any of us, constituents, Massachusetts State Police general email, why would anybody, any normal citizen, feel comfortable of addressing just because Michael Proctor was facing a suspension? At the moment that he sent that email, it was July 22nd, 2024. So he had it's the first step on the process. He was just suspended from the Massachusetts State Police because all of the text messages were disclosed during trial, right? The trial had ended, right? They could have fired him when they found those text messages because everybody knew that those text messages were going to come into play at the trials, right? But there is a PR approach. You didn't want to penalize or break the news that all of these text messages were finally going to put an end to the service career that Michael Proctor had given to the Massachusetts State Police, and share those text messages before the trial ended, because that would have impacted, from our point of view, the trial positively, right? And he would have had created a bias on the trial prior if it would have been shared before the trial ended. No, in Massachusetts, nobody would feel comfortable or competent of any of this, let alone write an email, a long-ass email that consists of at least 7 paragraphs telling people that neither they or you have experienced anything like this. Almost like if you know what they have experienced in their lives. When you stop and you read these things and you break it down into pieces, you can confirm, or at least get an inkling, a little innuendo that there are relationships among the people that are embedded on the recipient line of this email. This email was not sent to strangers. That email was sent to people that he already knew and knew him as a constituent, right? As a contributor to the Massachusetts community. And perhaps that gave him the right to send that email and demand action, demand that something was said, demand that the firing of Proctor was stopped. You know what gives people the rights to demand anything from our government official? Taxpayer dollars. When taxpayers' dollars are involved, every single one of us, and federal money, every single one of us has every right to demand to know, where did this money come from? At that point, they do have to answer to us, right? So the fact that Good resigns says a lot. The fact that those text messages came out, it tells you tricks of the trade, right? They hang together. They work together. And I'm as I'm talking, I'm pulling up something else. They speak the same language. So I remember, and I know you do.
KarenRead will soon be facing.
When we looked at when we took a look at the what do you call that?
Filing in KarenRead's federal civil lawsuit contains taking public.
When we took a look at the Waterfall video, where I know that we noticed,
among others, in a 30.
Here we go. So I wanted to wait. Michael Proctor, Jury Mechanic, Lieutenant Brian Tooley, Town of Canton, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Brian Higgins. KarenRead is the plaintiff of this civil lawsuit, right? And that's one of them. But Colin Albert is not there. So I don't think he's a plaintiff in a defamation lawsuit, but I don't think he's named in any of the prior lawsuits. So yeah, that was a hell of a strategy.
Sure, among others. In a 34-page filing, Read accuses the...
Look at this, Mork. Look.
So-called House defendants of a calculated conspiracy to kill JohnOKeefe and frame her. Read alleges O'Keefe was killed inside the Albert's house or garage as a result of an altercation. She claims...
So listen, claims
a plan was hatched to...
This is big, because if this is included, what that tells us is they have enough evidence to prove this, because they would have not entered this in this filing if they didn't. Now, mind you, remember when she said, we all know what you've done. They all know what they've done. Karen knows what they've done. By now, Karen knows what she's done. And in today's NBC's interview on the Today Show, what was one of the first things that she brought up? Jones' phone. And we're going to go back to that.
To make it appear that Mr. O'Keefe had been struck by Miss Read's vehicle. She alleges O'Keefe's body was moved to the area of the front lawn where Miss Read had dropped him off, and the House defendants repositioned a forward edge adjacent to the front lawn to block the view of the body. In addition, Read points to deleted...
Did you hear that?
And Read points to deleted text messages and Google searches and the destruction of phones. 4 people connected to 34 Fairview have filed a defamation lawsuit against Read. That suit alleges Read killed JohnOKeefe, but pinned the crime on them.
A judge will have to consider all of this when deciding if Read's lawsuit should continue. Read is also a defendant in a wrongful death lawsuit filed by the O'Keefe family.
So, let me show you this for a minute. Do you guys know what a hop zone is? And I'm not sure if you do. How many do we have here? Okay, let me see. Okay, I have the right people. Hop zone sometimes requires for small business loans that your company name, to be able to qualify. Are you looking here? Yeah. Sometimes takes over a different identity, right? You have to, because you're entering a federal arena, right? To qualify for grants, to be able to apply for bids, for jobs that the government is bidding out, to be able to bid as a group. Cool. Yeah. Well, but it goes even worse. because so here's my thing. When you look at somebody in particular, you notice that one, the federal name that that company has is different than the name the company initially had, right? You can tell that it's an award-winning small business, and it was initially started as an IT information cybersecurity services solution, and it won federal government bids. Those are jobs. That's how it started. This company started in Quincy. That was the address of it initially. Okay. Some of the brothers lived in Canton, 2 brothers, one in Canton, one in Sandwich. But the company address was in Quincy. Nowadays, the company address is not in Quincy. Are you looking? When you get to be able to apply for a small business loan, right, you have to sort of be qualified for it. That takes a minute. So if you notice, in 2011 was the first grant that the company actually won. Right here. Do you see it? The company actually became a company, Elevate Technology Solutions, blah, 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 in cybersecurity in 2009. There's more information that we can look into it. What I'm trying to tell you is when you quit your job, just like all of these kids did, and it was reported in one of the, let me see if I can find it so I don't talk away out of context. This takes a lot of time, and to do this, you cannot do this lightly. Let's see, news. Let's see if we can find any news that I can share. But I have some pictures that maybe that would be the best way to do it. Let me go this way. Hold on. So at some point, I'll bring it. Hold on. Hold on. When this company started, I found it. So give me a second. Let me see if I can share this instead. Drive safe, D-Mart. I know you're listening, sweetheart. Just be safe. Hold on. Right? When we look at this, Elevate Technology, Rockland, is a cybersecurity company. Founding partners. From the left, sitting down, you're going to find Mark Miller, right? Mike McCabe, which if you ask me, it's a lot more handsomer than Matt McCabe. Standing Matt McCabe and Michael Pinota right here. Or Pinota, I'm not sure. This is an article from March 6, 2014 that showed up on Wicked Local. Now, it's talking about Quincy because that's where it started, right? And it says that in an age with almost blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, it also talks about how they quit their jobs in 2009. The brothers Michael McCabe of Sandwich, Matt McCabe of Canton, partner with and The last guy is now in North Carolina, not in what do you call it, in Massachusetts at all. But it says it recruits IT specialists with a specific focus on enterprise applications, cloud technology, big data, and cybersecurity. Their clients range from small private companies to the U.S. government, and the flexible strategy of using contract experts to supplement staff knowledge. Now, let's read that again. And the flexible strategy of using contract experts. Anybody wants to check their horoscope? Are we all caught up? Are we all in this thing? So give me 1 second. Here they go. You're not a lion. Okay, hold on. I'm going to show you this one now. Hold on. One minute, just one single minute. If I look at the next page, and that's why attention to detail, it's pretty important, you guys. Pretty important, pretty freaking important. I'm going to show you this one now. Hold on. Okay, you can see it. There we go. And let's see if you can see it. Yeah. This is the whole thing. 2009, blah, blah, blah. And he talks about that. The four left their corporate positions. So they were employed. They were employees at one point to build a staffing and consulting services. You know, when you look at the name Elevate and you think it's a software IT computer company, you think that it's a solutions only company. Like all they do is to build, identify issues, problems, or needs of a specific clients. And what they do is they get together, they start brainstorming, they put their IT software solutions into play, and they all design sort of a platform or something that will take care of that problem, right? Well, that's not necessarily all they do. So this is not all they do. So staffing and consulting services means, right, that they are able to bring in, they are hiring people. They are identifying other companies. They are putting other companies to work under their name, under their umbrella, to supply solutions or fill in the blanks, fill in the need of any given client, which can be in the private sector, but can also be in the federal government sector, right? They build staffing and consulting services. That is the nature of their business. So within the IT specialist stuff and the enterprise application, cloud technology, and all of that, their clients not only are private companies, but they are within the government. And that's what they do. They subcontract, they provide solutions, they identify other companies, right? And this is interesting. So, oh wow. So the first year of business had two clients, and placed 722 consultant assignments. They said the company has also expanded from its corporate headquarters in Rockland, Massachusetts, right, to new offices in Reston, Virginia, and Raleigh, North Carolina. Reston, I don't know if you guys know, but there was even the Silver Line that takes people commute from Reston, Virginia. The Silver Line was to take people to the heart of Reston in less than 15, 20 minutes from DC. So you go down Foggy Bottom or anywhere and you catch the subway in DC, Northwest 23rd to be exact, and you can take the Silver Line all the way to Reston, Virginia. Straight shot. You know who else is in Reston, Virginia? Yeah, I think I'm going to leave that for another show. There's a group of people that want to learn what's going on here. And there's a group of people that are just interested in the meat of it. There's a group of people that want to get to the bottom of it. And I'm in the mix of the group of people that want to get to the bottom of it, but I want to be a part of it. I want to be part of the group of people that help get to the bottom of this, because I understand that a lot of people, you know, it can be dragging, especially, look, it's a Friday. It's a Friday, baby. Can be dragging. And here we are looking at where does Elevate come from. My point with all of this is that Elevate, regardless of what we're reading, you have a federal name when it comes to federal grants and the federal spectrum and how companies are identified or known in the federal government. You have a federal name. And in this case, you are no longer Elevate Software IT Solutions, blah, 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 blah. In this case, you are Elevate Group, LLC. When you have a company who knows the tricks of the trade, exactly the how-tos, how to tap into federal grants, how to tap into bids that are out there, you already know what to do. You're a trailblazer for any other company who wants to follow your footsteps, right? By you getting specific grants and being able to subcontract other companies or to refer or outsource other companies who can also offer the same solution for anything, you're already in a critical position because you're pretty much the chef, the cook, and the dishwasher guy here, right? So critical thinkers are needed. AI is going to put a huge dent into the legal system and into evidence if we don't do something quick. Sorry. I've been dealing with allergies too for the longest time. I'm going to share this with you because I said I was gonna and I haven't. This is one. And that's it. It flips out. Hold on. That's it. Nothing else happens on that one. Hold on. Just like that, there's like about, I want to say at least 24 little clips that have the same thing, if not more. Hold on, let me go back and look at the other one because I wanted to see the other one too. Here we go. So this is when the Shico, I want to say, no. Let me see if I can do this to show you guys all of them. Yeah, I'm going to do this instead. This makes more sense. This makes more sense. And we can look at them. Okay, so okay. Now we're going to go here and I'm going to show you the whole screen. That would be actually better if we do it this way. Yeah, that's perfect. Can you guys hear it? So, wait. So that's one. We already saw that. And that's the other one. That's John's car. And I have no idea. I have the dates in which I got the FOIA, but the videos don't come with any timestamp or anything that says absolutely nothing. So that's John when he's about to leave and Karen comes up. Wait. Maybe this is the one that he comes in. He's walking, putting out trash. What is it, sweetheart? Well, you know, this wasn't supposed to happen. Now that's that scar. See? That's Papa O'Keefe's. Looks to me like it's a RAV4, maybe. Where's SD22? Looks to me like a Toyota RAV4, newer. LE, maybe. I don't think it's an XLE. I don't see a sunroof. The XLEs normally have sunroofs. I'm a car person, so I know I can tell cars. Yeah, and that was afterwards. You can tell because there's no snow, right? Shoes are untied. Yeah, it's just, it's sad. Hold on. Somebody had already driven John's car because it's on this side of the road. And there's no snow. So, hold on. That is Camerano's car, the white one, which is a Ford Fusion. And that's the same car that John got in when he went to, what do you call it? When he went to CF McCarthy's. Hold on. Yeah. So see, there's them two coming out. And John. And he knows Karen is coming, so he's moving the car. That's a pretty brand new pair of shoes. He moves the car. And puts it in the corner. And then he comes over. Hold on. And he's walking. Puts his hat on. And then off they go. That's the end of that one. This is when, wait, I wanted to show you something. Look at Jennifer's McCabe's teeth, which means that she's actually laughing. Hold on. Or smiling. And this is when they pulled up. They pull in into John's house. Let me see. Is it? Yeah. This is where they pull in into John's house. Jen is driving. Look. Look, she's smiling. Why is she smiling? Look. Maybe she's happy about driving the Lexus. Oh, okay, sweetheart. I'll take you. Hold on. Go open the door. Is that what you want? Yeah. Let's go. Guys, I'll be right back. Need a minute. Come on. Go. That's so weird. So this is when the cops, why does it jump? And this is just all messed up. Hold on. You can hear there's what? The what? Wait. Can't make it out. This is the morning of. They're still there, coming out. Yeah, there's a camera there, so. Oh, good. Because we're going to come into cars. Oh, yeah? Oh, congratulations. This is going to be here, ST, so do what you have to do. I'm going to try to go to the cars and take advantage that you're here with us. So those are, I think that is Mom O'Keefe, Paul O'Keefe, John Scar, which is the Blazer. I think they had a Forerunner. This is a Ford Explorer. That's JohnOKeefe. That's Paul O'Keefe. And this is the Lexus, Karen's Lexus. And I think that's Carrie Roberts. So this is a nothing burger. Nothing happens. They go around. They don't even know how to access the damn house and go into the garage without. Don't forget that Karen was just there. There's Carrie. I'll come to the rescue with Papa O'Keefe. That's scary. So they go around the front door because they can't access the front door. How much these people used to go to this house. They never went to this house. I'm sure of it. Maybe Paul, but the mom, doubt it. The dad was there. He used to hang out on the couch all the time, from what I've heard. But so still, John's, Karen's, and the Forerunner that belonged to Paul. Now, this is where it gets interesting because Nathan pulls up on the other Lexus, right? And Karen comes in, and that's not the one I want. Let me see. That's not the one I want. I'm sure you all have seen this. I'm looking for a specific one. There's Karen, comes back with her stuff, and she's going back with her parents to Dighton. So that's the day after. What happened? And then this is one of his. It's not the Carl Dugal guy. It's the other one, the other friend that John had. Some of them came over and started like clearing and snow blowing the snow away. So everybody was sort of like helping. Took a minute. See him here with the blow dryer. I mean, with a snow blower. But I'm not. I want to go. There's a couple of cars that come into play. It's still blowing snow. Wait. Oh my God. It's my hand, you guys. So I guess that stayed there the entire time. This is Paul. This is now Paul. Jesus Christ. Wait. Let's see. I don't know about you guys, but I would have done this backwards. I would have started like blowing it this way, and then it doesn't make any sense. But okay. I mean, because you're putting this in. At night. Somebody else. Let's see. Looks like a female. Why are they picking up snow to bring it over there? Yeah, I'm not sure. Not interested either. There's a female. Let's see if we can take a peek at her. Could be Erin. Red hair. Could be. So I wonder why Higgins didn't come with the Jeep and help him out. So odd. It's nonstop. Can we hear anything? Kids. JohnOKeefe. Let's see. JohnOKeefe. Looking at the camera. Yep, we got you on camera. Whether you like it or not. Come on. That's Dip Poppers with John's. Can you imagine the sadness? These people are older. This is where it gets interesting. So somebody comes over. You remember everybody's asking about the Jeep Grand Cherokee? Yep. Yeah. Now, this is the car that I want to know. How did you get here and who are you? Because who are you? So that's John's. That's Paul's. So now Paul took John's space. So whose car is this? Whose car is that? Who's the expedition? Who does it belong to? Because he was there for a while, a long time. But at the end of the day, 101. Oh, who is that? Who's that? Oh. Let's see. I've already seen all of this for the most part. And that's one of the things that helped me with the car situation. Some of these people, wait, we got to go back here. This is one that we were talking about earlier when the Shico comes in with Paul O'Keefe, and Paul O'Keefe is showing the Shico where the camera is. It's right there.
What are you doing here?
Yeah, he used to talk to it. What you doing here? You hear that?
Pull up. What are you doing here?
Gotcha. Wait. Shit. I gotta go. So which one is this? This one is, wait. And this. Let me see. 164. 164. Oh God. 3569. 425,000. Okay, so that one is one. And it's the Shico. So if the Shico comes in to pay a visit about the camera, and the Shico leaves after paying a visit about the camera, I'm assuming he's driving a surveillance vehicle, right? Show me. Show me. I got you. Now I'm going to compare that. Hold on, I got to take a picture of that. I'm going to compare that with the mystery black car that leaves, because that's a surveillance vehicle. That's a Canton PD vehicle. So, holy fuck. Yep, it might. Let me take another screenshot. I'm going to compare that and overlap it with the car that leaves the Waterfall at midnight. I'm talking about the Waterfall. I'm going to get that ready. And what's going on next? Surveillance. Which, no, I have a longer one. Yeah, no, I have a longer one, so I might just show mine. Hold on, sweetheart. Where are you? I think I want to say you are. Oh, go give me your ball. If you get me your ball, I'll play. Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Where's your ball? Oh, where's your pig? Where is it? Well, go get it. No, where did I put? Hold on. Video, wait. No, it's not that. No. I'm gonna have to go get my A drives. I see something. Here we go. It's not Johnny Speeder, right? No, that's not the one I want yet. But it's good to know I have it. So that's not the one I want. That's not the one I want. Higgy Bear. Have you decided to what? Say that again. I don't know. I can't make anything of it. I'm going to take a picture of it and see if I can get a better picture of it, because I already put a few. But and let's see if this works. Yep. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let's do this. I'm going to put this, leave it here for a minute, and I will be back. Let me see, it's 1:58. I'll be back at 2:15. Let me take your whiskey before he gets all rowdy. I'll be back in a second. Okay, guys, I'm sorry about that. So we go back to this video, right around the time that he enters. We can hear something, but we can't make it out. That's Brian Higgins. Burgundy hoodie, letters on his sleeves, and he comes out of his Denali. People are coming in or out. So I'm assuming this is post the death, of course, because look at John's car is on this side, and that's Paul O'Keefe's Forerunner. In the corner where John normally parks his car, there's a Toyota Venza, and there's a Ford Expedition who I have no idea who does it belong to. And then Higgins parks right there, catty corner to it. Took some pictures, captured some pictures, and posted them on X too, because people were asking and talking about whether it was an older truck or not. But it's not an older truck. I'm going to take this out, and I'm going to show you okay, here we go. There is a surveillance vehicle, right, from Canton PD, and it's going to be a short one, but that's the JMC, that car right there. This one on this side across from it, let me see if you're watching it. Yeah, you are. Okay, the one across from it is the Dodge Ram, black Dodge Ram, that he said that he traveled from New York to Charlestown, back with all of them in the car, right? I'm going to let the video play. Higgins pulls up in his 2-door hardtop Wrangler with a 6.8 aftermarket plow, right, in it. I can see somebody inside of that Jeep when he opens the door and the light comes in as he gets out. I see somebody there, almost like wearing a hoodie, but I can't distinguish anything. He stops, almost like somebody yelled at him from inside the Jeep, and he pretends that he's with his phone, but that's the GMC Denali parked right next to the Wrangler. So I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to show you. I'm going to share this tab instead. And this is the one from the, let me see if you can see it. Yeah. This is the one from the Waterfall parking lot, which by 10:53, there's an empty spot, right? And if you have watched any of the loophole lawyers things, you know that there's a squirrel or a raccoon that goes from this side to this side. There's a couple of people leaving right around 10:53, right before this car pulls in, saying goodbye. I have no idea who these people are. No idea who these people are. But they do get into a Jeep Wrangler, 4-door, white, soft top. Some of them do. Some of them keep going, and see, you're going to see. There's another vehicle with a plow that is going to come in and leave the premises right around 10:54:19. So let's see. Okay, so here goes the 4-door Wrangler, soft top, black top, 4 doors, goes away. And here's a truck that has a plow on it. I'm going to see if I can. You see it? It has a plow. You see it? And those are the lights that are required. When you have an aftermarket plow, you're required to have extra lights. In some states they do. So I'm not sure in Massachusetts. That car goes. And it's already 10:54:56 at this time. And maybe it would be worth it if I bring in also the Canton, the Waterfall, I'm sorry, the Waterfall surveillance video inside. to show, but I want to bring, you know what? Let me bring the shutout to court shop. Let's see. If I can bring this one in all videos. Let's go take a look at his stuff. And okay, there it is. Here we go. So it's 10:50. What is it? 10:53:34. Let's put it on pause. And 10:55 over here. So the times may be a little off. But Karen has already entered. So let's go to this one. Because Karen is about to enter here. Right? And let's see. There's no audio. They killed the audio. 10:53, 10:54. Are you guys watching? Yes. They're almost coming in. Karen is going to stop like midway and point and say hello from over there and then make her way around the table. And she's about to pull in. I want to let it run rather than play. Here we go. Here we go. She makes an entrance. See? 10:54:33 or something like that. So if we go to the outside, okay, and we're about less than a minute away. Let me see if I can. $10:54:33. And I'm going to bring it back. It's already 10:56. I'm going to change the speed on it in a minute, but here we go. Here we go. That is how Colin Albert arrived at 10:56:30 to the Waterfall. Parks, guy's going to come out. He's got the fob, the key fob to that car. It's a Toyota Pathfinder. Looks down and he blips, clicks, right? So now we're going to go to 10:56:40 something to the inside of the Waterfall and match the time and the entry. We're still at 10:54. And if I go to, hold on. They're talking. He's about to come in. Hold on. My cue is that Higgins is going to sit down. He's going to take a sip out of his drink. There we go. He's going to take a sip out of his drink and he's going to start staring at the door. I'm going to do this because I think you guys got stuck here and I didn't show you this one. This is when they come in. This is when they come in. 10:56:30. Pulled up. 31. 33. Stop the car. It's in parked. Turn it off. And they start coming out. 10:56:39. Guy docks, looks to see he's out, and flips the fob. Locks the car. 10:56:46. Now, we're going to go back to the Waterfall. 10:56:46. Higgins is looking at the door. Look, 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 look. They haven't even come in. And there he is, Mr. Khaki Pants. That's Kevin Albert with an unknown individual that I've been trying to identify for the longest. He grabs him, gives him a hug. The other one keeps going. And you see him? So what's funny about this is that he spent 31 minutes there. 31 full minutes. But some of the people did not see him or recognize him immediately, right? Some of the people recognized him way into, and one of those people was Julie Albert. So when she sees him, she goes. At some point, Kevin took his jacket off, and a lot of people can't tell, didn't notice that he went to the bathroom first, took his jacket off, and then he's wearing like a flannel situation, and then he goes and joins. He was talking to Chris and Brian Albert. When John sees him, he moves from where he was because he was giving him his back, right? He came and joined Brian Albert and started talking to him and talked himself by Brian Albert the entire time. At 10:16, we're going to see, it's right around this time, when Julie Albert notices, that's Kevin. If you see the bald spot over there, that's Kevin Albert. When Julie notices that Kevin Albert is there, she jets out. She said in her testimony that she had a headache and she had to go. She doesn't look like she's running out like she had a headache to me. But it's right about, I want to say somewhere, some videos have different times. So I recall 10:16. It could have been a 12:18. I know that she checks her phone. Chris is right there, right here. Hold on. I think it's about to happen. Here's John. That's Brian Albert. And I'm going to bring my mouse over here so I can stop it so you can see it. Wait, okay, here we go. I'm ready. She's about to jet out. You're going to see a flickering and a light of a phone in that table. And that's when she figured out that Kevin Albert was there. Hold on. No, don't tell me that they caught it. Oh, Jesus. It jumped to 11:17. Wait, let me see. Let's give it a second. This takes patience. Because you blink and you may miss something. And here we go. It's almost 11:18. Nicole is on the other side. Come on, Julie, where are you? Did you already leave? Or did they shorten the video so we couldn't see? There he goes. 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 Okay, wait. Wait. Okay, I'm going to stop it when I see her. She's going to get up. Yep, there she comes. Oops. She's coming. She's rushing. She's getting the heck out of there. And she leaves. Right? 11:18, 30 something. So when I go back to this video and I try to match that 11, the time that she leaves, right? This is what happens. There's no record of it because from 11:07, 11 p.m. and 7 minutes, you're going to notice that the video jumps. So anybody who left anywhere between 11:07, 11:08 minutes, you're going to see it. Once it hits 11:08, it's going to jump to 11:53:14. Did you notice it? 11:53:19. But what we also notice is that these lights, the lights that you see right below, let me see if you can see what I'm seeing. Yeah. Right below the letters here, right below those letters. Those lights were not on at 11:07 before it flips. I'm going to bring it to you. Hold on. Okay, here we go. You don't see the lights on any car underneath that label, right? At all. But as the video continues and it gets closer to midnight, it could very well be that somebody was about to leave and started remote started their car to either warm it up or defrost or whatever, right? But do you see that behind that label, there's no lights that are on? And also notice how this video is going to jump from 11:08 to 11:53. And now the lights are on. Somebody remote started that car. Somebody started that car remotely. This is very close to the time that they all leave. So if I go a little bit farther, and there's nothing in between, otherwise I wouldn't be jumping because I already have seen this thing plenty of times. If I go back, I'm going to pause it. And we go back to the waterfall. And we try to go closer to the time that the first group leaves, which is about 10:50. Hold on, guys. $10:46. Oh, the lights are like, they're toasting right now. They just bought the last set of shots. There we go. Drinking their shots. Here we go. Hugs and kisses. It's going to jump again. Huh. What's that about, Caitlin? What's that about, Caitlin? Why are you stopping him from leaving, Chris? You stopped him from leaving. You stopped him from leaving. He was leaving. He was leaving, and you stopped him. You grabbed him and stopped him. What did you tell him? You're not going anywhere until you get him out of here? What the heck is going on? Then he's signaling, let's go, come on. But John is not moving. Hey, come on. Everybody's signaling at him. Brian Albert, everybody. And they go. And then we're going to stop. Higgins is pointing at Brian Albert's leaving, almost like we're heading to Brian Albert's, right? Come on. John is talking to him. Yeah. And John goes, yeah. And then John just turns, looks at JohnOKeefe and sort of like smiles at him, right? Like, what are these people? And he looks at the door as Caitlin is leaving, and that's when he's doing his, tiptoe thing. But if we go at 11:58:29 or a little bit earlier, and we try to look at underneath the canopy, when they are about to leave, Kevin Albert had already left. So we go, and it's right around, that's the only time that you're going to see Brian Albert's face. Look underneath the canopy. Right there. Underneath the canopy. Talking to a band guy. There's Nicole. You see her to the left of the screen. Brian Albert is underneath the canopy with Caitlin. Right there in this corner. And they walk towards the right. That's Nicole's flannel shirt. But what about Higgins? Right? Because Higgins walked out right after, but you don't see him out there. And then you see this two-door or sort of like a sedan leaving. There we go. There's a sedan. There's a black sedan that is leaving right at 11:59. And then you sort of linger to see, well, that's one car. What about the other cars? There's a lot of surveillance vehicles available in Canton PD. And we just saw the Shico leaving in a black door sedan from JohnOKeefe's house also a black sedan. Now you see movement, like there's people walking. You see them? Like they're in the middle of these cars here, right at 11:59 or something, right? And they're getting into a car. To make sense of it all, we know that Higgins, Brian Albert, Caitlin, and Nicole were the first group that left. And they walked out along with a van guy. Let's see. There they come. And there's still people over there. I want to get to here. I want to get to where we see Brian Albert. There he is. That's him. I don't know if you see him in that corner, but that's him. Let's see. Let me look at a StreamYard. Okay, so I need to go back through the testimony, but I do not recall testimony acknowledging Kevin. There wasn't any testimony acknowledging Kevin Albert. Kevin Albert, the video that was shown on trial did not include, it wasn't the longer video, it was the shorter version video. So it did not include, it didn't go back all the way to the time that he came in. So he was not an issue. He never came about as far as being at the Waterfall. When the FOIA documents were shared, there was a longer video of the Waterfall that allowed us to go back earlier in time and look at the entire video rather than the portion that was just shared during trial. So at that point, and I don't know if you noticed, at that point was when on or about March 8th, I want to say that it was March 8th, that we were auditing the videos for the Waterfall. And that's when we noticed that Karen and John made an entrance to the inside of the Waterfall, right, at 10:54 and a few seconds. The outside of the Waterfall, we didn't have access to that either, to be able to compare or to align with how did people come in. You don't see Karen and John coming in on the outside surveillance parking lot video because they parked at the Walgreens, which is on the other side. So they came from the left side of the canopy towards the door and then entered the Waterfall. In the case of Colin Albert, when he pulled up, he drove in and parked straight in the front of the Waterfall. So I'm going to see if I can show you. Hold on. That's him. Toyota Highlander, older model. He's driving. Somebody else is on the passenger side. They park, get out of the car. The owner seems to be the guy in the passenger seat because he's got the fob. He looks at Kevin, he locks the car, and they both walk into the Waterfall. 120 minutes, 120 seconds exactly after Karen and John had walked in. So they spent a good 31 minutes over there. And on the interior of the Waterfall, you can tell where Higgins was sort of expecting somebody to walk in because he kept staring at the door before Colin Albert and his companion person walked into the door. Now, at this point, everybody's leaving, right? 10:58. And I went back to the Waterfall to the 10:58 mark to see if I could compare the people that were leaving. Brian Albert and Nicole and Higgins left along with Caitlin. And this is the only time that you're going to see Brian Albert's face underneath the canopy right around the time that they all come out. And it's, hold on, right there. Right there. That's him. That's him right there. Underneath the canopy, like on the little triangle there. There's a better shot when he first comes out. Let's take a look at it again. There it is. There he is. There he is. That's the van guy that he's talking to. And then Nicole comes around, and then you can see Caitlin. He's pointing at something. The instrument, and so, there's Caitlin. And then Nicole is coming over to the same side, but Higgins is already outside. They're lingering underneath the canopy, but Higgins is already outside. Now, the first thing you see is lights. Lights that a car is just on, right? And somebody's taking off while they're still lingering underneath the canopy, talking to the van people. And the first car that turns on their lights, ignition, and goes out is a black sedan. What seems to be a black sedan is coming out right there. They haven't made it to their cars yet, but this black sedan is already leaving. Now, when you put this into context with the library, with the Canton Library surveillance vehicle video right in front of Washington Street. Hold on. Canton Library. right here, and you look at the first car that you see, it's the same first car that leaves the waterfall. Hold on. It's right around here, so it's coming. There's a Fort Edge. No, it already passed. Okay, here we go. Why does it say 12:59? Why does it start at 12:59? I'm looking. 12:59 and then he jumps to 12? What the heck? Car keeps going straight. It's coming. I want to say it's like 12:03 or 12:04 that I see him. Hold on. There's the first one, and it's going to turn. So where did the car go? Wait, is it coming? 12:02. Wait. $12:03. Ford alert. Come on. They caught it. Wait. Cop car. Who knows who's driving that cruiser? Okay, wait. This is not going to be a good video. Who has this? Whose video is this? Okay. And I'm going to go to Court Shop. And we're going to stop that because I don't have the patience for this. So we're going to go. There we go. Here we go. Please tell me you didn't cut that car. It says corrected, lens corrected. Okay, but not edited. So we should be able to see it. Well, that's the first one. And it's turning to the left, right, on Sherman. 12:02, 59, 12:03. That's the Ford. There's the car. There's the car. Wait. That's the same car. So that's the car that left from the waterfall. So I go back to this one. And hold on. Oh my God. Wait. Jesus. And if I, okay, here we go. If I go to the time that they're about to leave, and they're almost there, Jen and Karen walk out first. There they are. Jen and Karen and Karina Kolakithas walk out first. So left, we have Matt. They already went. John and Chris. John is not moving. Chris is going to the bathroom. And when John sees that Chris actually went to the bathroom, looks at his right, looks at his left, the playground is clear, he walks out. And he walks out at 12:11:03. So I go back. 12:11:03. I go back to the exterior camera of the waterfall. And here we go. 12:07. 12:08. Don't tell me that it's going to jump again. 12:08:18. Karen, Karina should be around here. Any minute, we're going to see Jen in the middle of the parking lot because she's waiting for John. Look at the lights that are still on that car, on the car behind the label. And come on. 12:09. These videos have been changed, altered. It's just ridiculous. Because if I remember correctly, 12:09:22. 12:11, I see. $12:10. 12:11 was when lights are coming. 12:11 was when John walks out. And this car, it's a what? That's a Ford F-150. You guys see it? Now, I don't know if you know that, but there's these apartments and townhouses that are to the right-hand side, right? That's around where Maple Street is. That's where Chris Albert lived. By January 6th, he had already moved out of Seven Meadows, and he had moved to Maple Street. So his house, apartments, townhouses, whatever they were to the right-hand side of the exit of the waterfall. It's 12:10:50, and there's Jen McCabe. You see her. I'm going to make sure that right there. You see her? She's right here. So she's already walking in the parking lot, hanging out, lingering. Johnny's about to come out right behind her, right? We can't tell whether she's on the phone or not. I mean, the quality of these videos are not enough to let us know or let us see if we can. There's John and there's Karen. You see Karen is right there and there's John. But Jen McCabe is right here in the middle of the parking space talking to them. And they go to the left and Jen is standing solo in the middle of the parking lot. You see her? Karina Kolakithas, John and Karen went towards the left. I don't know whether Jen is using her phone. I don't know what she's doing, but she starts walking towards where she knows the car is, which is closer to where those apartments and townhouses are, right? And that is a sign that maybe I have mail in front of my door. Those dogs are barking. So she's going right there. Do you see her? She's still walking. She's going to get on the driver's seat of that car. But before she does that, she's talking to somebody. Wait. And this is where it's gonna get interesting. So Matt is heading. Yeah, she flashed the lights. She's on the driver's seat. And she's about to take off. And more people are coming out. And I'm going to pause it right here. So that's 12:55. And this is 12:11. So John just walked out. Matt McCabe and Colin Albert are starting to help out and pick up and do whatever. And they're already walking out. So that's Matt. Goodbye. 12:11:58. 12:12. So Chris is still here. And he doesn't leave. He's still here at 12:13:28. So we're going to pause it here. And we're going to go back to the parking lot. Because Matt already walked out. He joined Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe is already on the driver's seat. This lights underneath here. This person is going here, but I think that's a van person. Colin Albert and Karina and her husband drove in different cars. So that's why she left first, and she was the one who saw Karen and John going towards the Lexus. This is the Yukon about to drive out, right? And it's 12:13:28. Don't forget that Chris is still inside 12:13:33. I'm going to pause it. Chris is still inside the Waterfall. 12:13:30, right? 12:13:35. And he's now starting to walk out. So at 12:13 and 44 seconds, he walks out of the Waterfall. And we go back to the Waterfall. 12:13:44 is when Chris walks out. So Yukon is coming. It's like perfect timing. 12:13:43, passing by the left side of the parking lot. You see it? And look who comes out. That's Colin Albert. And he heads towards the Yukon. And that's why I think that he jumped on the Yukon Denali with Matt and Jen. Jen was driving, Matt was in the passenger seat, and Chris probably jumped in the back seat and rode with them to 34 Fairview. There is the cop car, and then we see a gray Jeep Wrangler, similar to the one that Colin used to drive, remember? Or is now driving, and there's the Yukon. At 12:14:49, that Yukon is at Washington, making a left on Sherman. And that car also belongs to 34 Fairview, which is an older Forescape white. And there's our car. You see the black car? They almost intercepted. But you do that when you know each other. Same car. Same car. So, you know, for me, it's pretty important to put things into context and sort of like line it up one after another, because it has to make sense to me. It's got to make sense as far as like what happens first, who needs to do that. You're more than welcome to do that. You're not going to find anything that puts Colin Albert at the Waterfall. You're not going to find absolutely nothing. They are not going to testify or continue to involve more people, especially those that are involved. So there is no mention that Colin Albert was at the Waterfall. Now, Jen does make a mistake. And when Alan Jackson asks, who else involved in this case? Have you gone to somebody's house of anybody else that is involved in this case? Jen McCabe makes slips, and she says yes, and she starts talking about Lank and whatever. Yeah, but anybody else that has been involved in this case that you have been to. And at that point, she admits Kevin Albert. So if Kevin Albert had not been involved in this situation, right, at all, why would she mention Kevin Albert? Kevin Albert was at the waterfall, and he went unnoticed. Just like I am 90% certain that former Lieutenant Kelleher had something, or either was at 34 Fairview or knew that JohnOKeefe had died and knew something. How is it possible that the neighbor in front of 34 Fairview was ready with solo cups at 6 o'clock in the morning, calling Gallagher before anything and letting him know that it was JohnOKeefe of One Meadows? There are certain things that logically do not make any sense. They need to make sense of it, right? And if people continue to lie on testimony, sitting on the witness stand, how are we going to get to the truth? The only way to get to the truth is finding information just like the one that we just saw, where suddenly FOIA request, Freedom of Information Act request, reveals that there's a longer version of a waterfall video that shows more activity, more people coming in and out, and we can either confirm or not who these people are. Now, a lot of people can tell you they cannot tell who Kevin Albert is from a two-man lineup, but I can. These people change like chameleons. If you look at them in color pictures, they look different than when you look at them in black and white pictures. I recently posted some on the community post of this thing. And one of the pictures that I posted is Kevin Albert with Sean Good next to each other, receiving some sort of award at some point. And you look at that picture, and do you think that is Kevin Albert to the left? No, he doesn't look like him. But guess what he looks like? He looks exactly like the guy in the waterfall. There are intrinsic characteristics of these individuals that they're going to be very hard to disguise. The bald spot on the head, the bald spot on the back of the head, on the top of the head, right? The hairline, how the hairline is shaped on the front by where the sides of the front head, the forehead are. The ears are very particular. The posture, like how somebody stands up, whether they tilt to the right, they tilt to the left, or they tilt forward, or they tilt backwards. The walk. The guy that walks into the waterfall with our alleged killing, Kevin Albert, which I am 100% sure that's him, because I've already gotten enough confirmations to know that that is Kevin Albert. But the guy that walks with him, when you look at the pictures inside the waterfall, and I'm going to bring it up because I never showed it actually now that I think of it, from inside the waterfall. When you look at how he walks, his legs are shaped. They're similar to what is common in swimmers, people who swim. They have an arch, right, on the inside of here we go, on the inside of their legs, almost like if they were born sitting on top of a horse. Like they have that arch. It's very distinctive. Do you know who that is? Right there, the one that I'm pointing. Let me see if you can see my, I guess you can. This person right there, that's Kevin Albert without his jacket. That one, the one that is right next to Brian Albert. Do you know where John is? John is on the other side, talking to Caitlin and all of them, facing him. The minute that this person took off his jacket, that's what his shirt looks like. If people were not paying attention, they were still looking for somebody with a jacket that came in. But they didn't notice that when he went all the way back there and talked to Chris, he took the jacket off. I'm sorry. He went to the bathroom, then he took the jacket off, and then he joined Brian Albert in this table. And here's Higgins talking to him and Nicole. You know, attention to detail is as important as critical thinking when you are trying to scrutinize this kind of evidence, because it tells you almost like everything you need to know. If we go back to the beginning, that's him. If we go back to the beginning, when he walks in, exactly 120 seconds after Karen and John, and the cue is Higgins takes a sip. He keeps looking at the, there's the guy, they're already in. See Higgins looking? But I'm going to show you when they actually walk in. It's at 10:56. It's right around here. So let's see. Higgins takes a sip and he looks, because he's expecting somebody to show up. He's looking at the door and he starts staring at the door. Look, waiting. He hasn't even come in yet. There he is. There he is. There he is. There he is with his black jacket. But look at the legs of the guy that is right behind him. He stops him. He grabs him. Where are you going, bro? And he gives him a hug. That's Brian Albert hugging his brother. But he keeps going. And you see the shirt underneath? That's the same shirt that I was pointing out earlier. Because he goes all the way to the back. Chris is right here in the corner. Then he goes over there to talk to him. You see him? He's talking to him. Bald spot right there in the back. At some point, he's going to go to the bathroom and he's taking his jacket off. He's keeping an eye on him. John hasn't noticed because he's entertained talking to Matt McCabe, but there he is with the black jacket talking to who? To Chris Albert. Takes the jacket off. You see him? And he's going to go to the bathroom. Now, the guy that I want to go to the 11:27 mark when they leave. So you notice the legs of the person who is with them. 11:20. $27. I'm almost there, guys. I'm sorry. Here we go. He doesn't leave without poking at John and talking to him. Oh, he's about to go. Wait, I went too far. Here we go. But I want to see the guy. I want you guys to see the guy that comes out with him. There we go. He's poking at John, poking at him. Look at his legs. Look at his legs. I'm going to go back one. Go back one more time. Look at the arch. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Let me see. It's got an arch. Who is that? He's talking to him right before he leaves. Making signs with Higgins and Brian Albert. John sort of turns. You see him? And he's even pointing at him. Pointing at him. John pointed at him. And he knows there's a camera because he's giving the back to his camera and sort of like catty corners out. So he knows there's a camera there. But the important thing with this is when you go back to the Waterfall parking lot and you try to match it with his exit, you can't see it because they deleted it. They edited it out. They didn't want us to see anything past 11:07 because anything past 11:07 up to 11:53 was edited out. So anybody who left the Waterfall anywhere between 11:07, and that includes Julie Albert, until 11:53, they don't want us to see. Now, we have already beaten this horse a couple of times because this is not the first time that we actually do this. This is not the first time that we have scrutinized this video and talked about this. But for some reason, I needed to bring it up. I've been trying to figure out, the guy looks older to me. The person that is with him inside the waterfall, it looks like a little older. It doesn't look, because I was trying to see, could that be Sean Good? Could that be Sean Good? The person that is coming out. Let me see if I can slow it down. Maybe, yeah, let's see if I can slow it down. 55. Pokes at him. Looks a little older. Who is that guy? Who is that guy? John keeps talking. And John points at Kevin. Points at Kevin. He's pointing at Kevin. Look at Michael Albert's face. Higgins. Who's there? Pointing at him. Hiding from the camera. And off he goes, looking down. Calm down, you guys. So that's what has me curious. It is known if Waterfall's outside camera motion activated, or does it run continuously? It doesn't. I don't understand if it runs continuously, but for business, you would think that that is a requirement, right? Because if anything is to happen and they were supposed to turn it into law enforcement, it has to continuously run. Not all of them, like, personal and commercial cameras work a little bit different. But regardless of how this camera worked, I'm pissed because there were more stuff that was edited. This last FOIA that Corey Hopkins and, all of them got for all of us, which is a longer sort of video that allows you to look a lot longer, still has a lot of little pieces that are edited and clipped out and sort of like deleted. So the one that was shown in court never steer the attention into who walked in that bar like a minute and 40 seconds after John and Karen. The attention was not on that. The attention, and even other YouTubers and other people that do this thing, right? And people that have been doing this for a lot longer than I have and are far more experienced and can navigate this stuff and flip through videos quicker and make videos and whatever. Nobody has focused on who's coming in and going out, what's happening. Everybody's focused on John. When we already know that John died, we already know that Karen is at the bar, and none of us really, in reality, had access to the extended video until the FOIA documents shared it. So unless you put it into like a timestamp where you can have all of the videos running all up at once, and you can verify and confirm the timetables between the Canton Library and the waterfall, the inside of the waterfall and the outside of the waterfall, it misses importance, it misses its relevance, because we should be able to pair when somebody walks in and somebody walks out, just like we did with Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Caitlin, Nicole, right? We saw them walking out, and Higgins is the last one that walks out right behind them. But we see Brian Albert, Nicole, and Caitlin hanging underneath the canopy, and we don't see Brian Higgins. All we see is that there's a black car, right? That lights are on, ignition is on, and takes off, which could potentially be Brian Higgins. because it's the only one that you don't see lingering underneath the canopy, and it's the only one that you don't see any lights, anybody taking off. So what car did Brian Higgins take, right? You know where Caitlin and Nicole are going because we see them both walking towards a small SUV. And we also see that same car lingering, leaving the waterfall and going right in front of the Canton Library. And then we see him coming back a couple of times. If you continue to watch the Canton Library, it's pretty intriguing. We also see the Ford F-150 that now everybody knows that belongs to freaking Ryan Nagel. While everybody on their testimony and on trials and on the MSP reports, we just found out nobody claimed ownership of this F-150 except on the last MSP report that I shared that it was Heather Maxson attests and confirms that it was a 2018 Ford F-150 owned by Ryan Nagel, while everybody else is lying. So I'm not so much focused on the testimony. I do hear, I've said that before, I do hear the testimony I need to hear because I'm looking for what it is that they're trying to coincide on. What is it that they're trying to be on the same page on? What is it that everybody's making an effort to sort of like, so it's like it tweaks, like it fits, like everybody says the same thing and everybody's backing up each other verbatim. I am interested in that because to me, if they are making an effort in coinciding and being on the same tune when it comes to something specific, that's something I should be able to look at. I want to look at. I want to look at it. I want to see why. And it makes sense. Let's think about it. We didn't need, why do you think, if this is about JohnOKeefe and this is about KarenRead, why did we need any additional details in regards to whether Julie had her brother and the brother? If they wouldn't have mentioned any of that and it wouldn't have come into play, or let me put it backwards, what was the relevance that created that whole story? Oh, my brother, I called my brother to call me over and come and pick me up, but then I changed my mind. No, because Jen told me before he came over not to leave and over. What was the need to bring all of that into play? Because for me, there was no need to bring all of that crap. Like, who cares who came and picked up Juliana? I was there from this time to this time, and then I was going to leave, but then I decided not to leave. Why would they bring all of that? The problem with this is in the beginning when this happened, right? Let's put ourselves in January 29th, 2022. On January 30th, January 31st, the 2nd of February, nobody knew what was going to come out of it. Nobody knew what authorities were going to be checking. If we put ourselves in their position, right? Walk a mile on their shoes. Let's play like we are them. And this just happened, and we're all involved in this thing. And we don't know what's going to come out. Like, if I'm Ryan Nagel, the first thing I'm thinking, because I have a no UI from Florida, the first thing I'm thinking is, oh, shoot, are they going to go get my receipt from CF McCarthy's? Right? Like, that would be what would worry me if I was Ryan Nagel and I knew that I was going to be seen on a surveillance video in the CF McCarthy's drinking right around the same time that guess who? Karen and John were there. Let's make it worse. If for some reason geofencing tracks any information and can put me at the same time, at the same place of these people at any given time, I also have to come up with a theory, right? And an explanation of why was I at 34 Fairview at a given time? Because if everything is supposed to go as it's supposed to be, right? And it's a normal police investigation, and I'm thinking I'm going to be in trouble because I was right on their ass, on their tail when they pulled up to 34 Fairview, and I left right after everything happened. So I'm going to have to come up with a story, right? And okay, Julie, so you called me to come and pick you up, but no, because Jen was, yeah, but you can say that you called me and I showed up, and then you, and that's why I have to focus in the common denominators of where is the effort being placed? Where is that? Where are they putting the largest amount of like bullshit, really, if you think about it, to make it look or cover their behinds? And that's important to me. Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxson, they were there with JohnOKeefe and KarenRead when they were at CF McCarthy's. Ryan Nagel is a townie, okay? Ricky D'Antano could have joined them, could have not joined them. I have no idea, and I really don't care about Ricky D'Antano. Poor guy. He didn't even show up on trial 2, okay? But Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson were at CF McCarthy's at the same time that John and Karen were there. Ryan Nagel was staring at Karen. Ryan Nagel was keeping an eye on JohnOKeefe. Ryan Nagel is a local. He could have gone the short way from CF McCarthy's to go to 34 Fairview, but he did not. He took the longer route, and happens to be the same longer route that JohnOKeefe and KarenRead took when they went from Waterfall to where Mr. Turner Chairman kept going, didn't take the thing on Dedham and ended up on Maplecroft. They took the same route, and they met in the corner of Cedar, Crest, and Fairview. And I am 100% positive that they stopped when they saw them because they missed the Fairview turn too. And maybe Ryan Nagel didn't think, why would they miss the left turn on Fairview? I'm pretty sure that they stopped and they saw Karen and John do the 3.4 turn around, and then make a right on Fairview. What do you think? They all said, well, we gave them the right of way. They didn't give them shit. Karen and John had the right of way on Fairview because they were turning right. Hello. So they had to wait. They were turning left. They didn't let them turn right. They didn't give them any right of way. They had the right of way. John and Karen had the right of way. But they all coincided and said that they allowed them to go first. They needed them to go first because the purpose of them going first was having that Ford F-150 right on the behind of the Lexus, bright the lights behind the Lexus, and in a way push the Lexus and its driver to push further down, right? And we talked about this, not knowing whether the Ford F-150 was picking up or dropping off. So what does the person normally do when somebody pulls behind you and you're waiting on somebody? You move forward, right? You move forward to let the other person either pick up or drop off, whatever it is that they're doing. And that's what she did. By moving forward, she moved forward towards the what? Towards the flagpole. But you're telling me that it wasn't Ryan Nagel who was driving that Ford F-150? Because I don't believe that. I believe he was. That's my opinion. I believe Ryan Nagel was driving that Ford F-150. And he pulled up right behind the Lexus, left the car and the ignition on, the lights on, left Heather Maxson in the car, ran in to see what the heck, but he was there right after JohnOKeefe got out, and on a brisk walk from the foot of the driveway all the way in towards a specific door, went in, and he was blocked by the Yukon Denali, and that's why nobody that was coming behind him could pretty much see him. But the fact that Ryan Nagel left by at least 12:25 tells me he was there right on time, because he got there right when John had just gotten out of the car, and he got out, he left right after John collapsed. And when I say John collapsed, I'm talking about the 12:24:38, which is what I have been able to confirm that by 12:24:38, John had collapsed on the floor. 9 minutes went by with no activity right after that. And the only next activity were just 20 seconds from 12:31:16 to 12:32:56, in which the phone was found and brought outside. Now, at 12:31:56, when John's phone is traveling 72 feet all the way outside towards the flagpole, Geofence also confirms that at 12:31, Colin is making a phone call. The only reason why Colin's phone and the phone call became detectable during the geofencing is because that is what geofencing does. It has to have a trigger. It's got to have a text message. It's got to have a phone call. It's got to have something, some sort of activity, a WhatsApp opening up, something, right? A Bluetooth phone call, a call coming in, a call hanging up, somebody. It's got to have a trigger. And at 12:31, coincidentally, at the same time that John's phone is being walked outside in a 20-second span, and the last signal that it gives was at 12:32:16. At 12:31, Colin Albert made a phone call to Tom Beatty's daughter. What are the damn odds? Right? But these people in testimony wanted you to believe that Colin was being talked in at 12:10 by his parents. But guess what? His parents weren't there. Let me show you this. His parents weren't there. His parents were at 34 Fairview. Yeah. Let me see if I can find this and share with you guys. Where is... So Chris and Julie, and I think we already talked about this, Chris and Julie shared on the testimony that became available. What is it? Here we go. I found it. There's an MSP report that was taken from Chris and Julie Albert. And on that testimony, even though they sat on trial and they said, no, Julie had a headache, and no, I went home and we were kissing our kid goodnight and blah, blah, blah. All of that, for all of you that are new, turned out to be BS. That was part of trial one. But what came about after the trial one ended, was there was a police report that was shared as part of the evidence that circulated right after the first trial concluded. That evidence that was put out, that was available, and many people were trying to get their hands on the call logs, on this and that. That evidence revealed an old police report that where Chris Albert actually acknowledged and testified that he followed Brian Albert to 34 Fairview. Now, hold on. I'm trying to get to that specific report so I can show it with you. I can share it. Let's see if it's this one. No. Hold on. And that's how I found the Heather Maxon, the Juliana Nagel, the Ryan Nagel, all of them. And I mean, as it was very telling to be able to read all of these one after another and one next to each other, to be able to compare what they said that the other one didn't, or what one said against what the other one said, side by side in black and white, not just listening and, not being able to catch every single detail, but everything, just everything. I wanted to hear the entire thing. I wanted to be able to watch the entire, absolutely everything, because it's in the little mistakes that these people made where I have been able to find most of the stuff that I have found, and I'm already over. Yesterday was 8,122 documents total that I have gone through, analyzing and researching, scrutinizing, reviewing, just making sure what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, what did this one said that the other one didn't. That has been the beauty of this, is being able to access that and compare that. So when we look at, I'm going to show you, let me see if I can. Okay, wait. Let's see if it's this one. Let me see. It could be this one that I've been looking for. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, let me see. Let's see. Okay, so this one is okay, I found it. I just need to pull it and see if I can pull it, because I found it in another folder. I gotta get it out of there so I can share it with you guys. Hold on. I think. Let me put this in the meantime. While I look, hold on. Thank you. Did you pick it up or do I have to? Okay, so this one. In a second, guys. Who's bleeding? Huh? Somebody's bleeding? Who's bleeding? Hold on. Oh my God, you guys, I'm so sorry, but we had another puppy emergency. Let me take this bee right back out of here. Never fails. If it's not John, it's Peter. If it's not Peter, it's John. And that's always how it goes. Let me see. Where was I? Wanted to talk about something else. And let's see if I can breathe in and out and put it into context. There's a timeline that I want to talk about. So, mid to late March 2025, on the 19th, it was Michael Proctor was officially terminated, right? So a 3-member state police board, whatever, was the one who found him guilty of severe policy violations, the vulgar texting, anti-women texting, all of that, and also consuming alcohol while driving on duty and leaking confidential information details to friends and family. Those were the charges that were found on the final termination letter of Michael Proctor on or about March 19th, 2025. By March 21st, 2025, KarenRead's defense team had already filed a petition in federal court that was attempting to delay the approaching file, right? And on the 25th, I think it was when Canoni, Anti-Bev, denied that motion, if I'm not mistaken, and dismissed all charges on grounds of prosecutorial misconduct. On the 26th, as I'm reading out of my notes, there was the buffer zone. I don't know if you guys remember. It was expanded. Like they tried to restrict it, and it finally got expanded, and they ruled against the pushing people away. On the 31st of 2025, same month, on March, Judge Canoni issued the critical finding rulings right on the eve of the trial, granting Read permission to pursue a third-party culprit. This was back in 2025, but she strictly limited it to Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. So she took Colin out of the picture, right? Now, it is important to note that even though Colin was 17 years old when this whole thing happened, right? By the time that the first trial started, he was already 18. So, or over 18 years old. Because if he was 17 in 2022 and the first trial happened in 2024, he was already 19 by then. And by 2025, he was 20. So on April 1st, which was April's Fool's Day, that's when the jury selection started. I'm reading out of my own notes and timelines here. And on the 21st, the jury panel thing was like locked. Everybody was seated and, that was taken care of. By the 22nd, the opening statement started. So it was like one thing after another after that. By the 25th, the jury already was conducting a walkthrough of 34 Fairview. They went to not the house, but the outside of the house, looking at the Lexus, which they brought over. And that's when the rock that said Albert was placed outside. By the 28th, the Supreme Court of Justice officially declined to hear Read's double jeopardy appeal. Because don't forget, the first trial ended on a hung jury, right? So right around May 2025, and this was unlike the first trial, Sergeant Good did not testify on the second trial. Don't forget that it was his initial handling. We saw him on a video where he went home and he was the one who found the first leaf blower out of his own garage. Okay. Now, Michael Proctor had already been terminated, right? So he didn't show up on that trial either. It was Jury Buchanan who pretty much read all the text messages on his behalf. Now, by June 13th, I think, closing arguments were wrapping up. June 13th, if I'm not mistaken. And by the 18th, the jury delivered the final verdict. And that's when Karen was acquitted. Now, by July 2025, I think it was in July 2025. Yes, that if there was some sort of beef and news in regards to the town of Canton and the negligent hiring and training, systemic bias. The Massachusetts State Police was also on the aim of news and stuff like that. I have July 2025 post-trial issues, and I have MSB, State Police, Town of Canton, civil legal maneuvers. I have words, civil rights lawsuit, but I don't have anything like clear on that. Just notes and words. If we look at this timeline, the whole trial had ended, right? In August 2025, let me go back to my other notes. Hold on. Hold on. So I gotta go back to the experts. The expert situations and what I believe happened here. Now, we already talked and covered how the initial forming of the LLC, Elevate, came about in 2009, and how it was not only an IT software sort of solution company, right? It had a broader sort of umbrella, and it was outsourcing and contracting, providing staffing for solutions or the needs of other companies. That was pretty much where they rested the strength of what they were able to do, not only providing IT solutions in cyber, whatever, cloud, whatever, but also resource and provide staffing or needed people, companies, in case there was a need of anything, training, consulting, any of that, right? So I started looking into how did these people get paid? And that was one of the things that I have found very weird in between. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is the end of the show, you guys. Vinnie, how are you? ¿Cómo estás? What's going on? Oh my God. What are you doing to me? I can't do this. I'm going to lose my train of thought. I'm going to go all Latin. I'm going to go back to the islands, and I'm not necessarily going to go to Jamaica or Trinidad or whatever. I may just hover over Puerto Rico and, I don't know, Galapagos, and end up in the DR, Punta Cana somewhere. Oh my God. Well, I've talked about you all the time, sometimes in jest, sometimes in, trying to call you for calling out the Higgy Bear. But at the end of the day, this is so much fun. I didn't know how this felt. That's why people laugh when these things happen, right? And they get all giddy and they lose track. And before you know, they go on a tangent. But I got Latin roots too, Vinnie, and I hear you. I look at things. Yeah. Okay, so what's the deal with Higgins? He showed up. Let me show you. I think this was post the death of John. There were people. I have no idea. And told you, but you and I have, I don't know if you and I don't think we have, but if we go back, and I was just showing this earlier, that's Kevin Albert, Vinnie. That's Kevin Albert walking in. And you can see on my post, I have managed to find some black and white pictures, but I've known these people. Some of these people I know better than my own family, because I have been looking for them and studying genealogy on them. That's him pulling in. And I show you again, right around the place where you say that there was a raccoon going from one end to another underneath the cars. If you waited it out until 10:56:26, you're going to see a dark, older Toyota Pathfinder that pulls in, which I think belongs to the passenger and not the driver, because the passenger ducks a little and looks to see if the driver is out, and then he locks it. He locks it. And I don't know who the passenger is. I have been trying to figure out and identify who is that passenger, but I haven't been able to. Now that is Kevin Albert. I can put my hand on fire on that. Like every day, twice on Sundays, every day, all day. I know that is him. You sure it wasn't a Wolverine? Are you always this funny? Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't believe you're here. That is so cool. It's when you talk about, you have a woman that is always giving you crap on your comments, on your shows. Are you referring to me? Are you referring about me? Like, am I the one that is like giving you crap on your comments? And who was right? Who was right? He was right. It's Kevin Albert. 1,000%. I have been here since April 23. Well, and I don't know if you know the story, but I was in Canton when all of this happened. I have 397 records of genealogy that go back to 1800s on all of these people. I know exactly who is who, who's friends with who, who's cousins with who, who's third cousin with who was an estate ward, a ward of the state in somebody else's house. How are these people switched to another account because not supposed to be shining on this? Okay, do whatever you have to do, sweetheart. Thank you for stopping by and winking at me. I kind of appreciate it. But it's amazing to me that unless the FOIA documents revealed itself and were obtained, thanks to the efforts of the three good men and women that we have had involved in this since the last year or so, we would have never known, because those minutes were not available. Those minutes were not available anywhere else before. We had not been able to scrutinize this lengthy video showing that this guy actually came in and left 31 minutes, 31 whole minutes. There he is, Mr. Khaki Pants. And he's shaking out John and he's poking at him. And who is this guy? Like, that would tell me so much if I knew who this guy is. Who is that guy? He looks a little older. I slowed it down so you guys could see. But there's his bald spot right there. You can't hide that. I know the camera. He knows the camera is there too because he's docking it. Look, 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 look. Face down. That's you, buddy. I gotcha. So, and I could make you up from a 10, 20, 30 man lineup. I know who you are. I know how you look like. I know you're a chameleon, and depending on whether you are a little chubby or a little skinny or a little whatever, or the pictures are black and white or the pictures are in color, I know who you are. So, word, says ST22 Explorer. So going back to this thing, I wonder, why didn't he bring his plow? I can hardly hear what is it that he says. Did you decide to, what? But this is also embedded in one of the FOIA videos that I was showing you guys. The one that shows the Shico and JohnOKeefe in front of the camera, and Paul is confirming to the Shico that you can talk to it. What do you want? Who's there? And, you know, and then you see the Shico living in a very similar car as that at the, just like the black sedan that was leaving the Waterfall right around 12 a.m. But this guy, I have been posting his pictures and sharing it because I want to know who that guy is. And you, my friend, are Colin Albert. So that is that. That's what I believe. That's my opinion. And I'm going to die on that hill. But just to put it into perspective, that's the GMC truck right there, parked next to the Wrangler. Let's go back and look at it again. That's the GMC truck. And that's the Ram right in front of it. The double cab black Ram that they travel back from New York. So they say, because that's also up for grabs. I don't believe that. I'm not buying it. I'm not. So just for Vinnie purposes, let's take him back out to when Colin Albert walks in and Higgy Bear is staring at the door. And it's right around 56, right there. Okay, wait. It's 10:56:50 right there. He's coming in. But what it's also very interesting how Higgins starts looking at the door, because it's almost like he knows somebody's coming before they actually get there. So if I go back, let's start right here, 10:56:33. Higgins sits down. He's going to grab his drink, and he's going to take a drink. And so when he drinks out of his glass, it's my cue that he's about to come in. Look, he grabs a drink, takes a sip. Come on, take the sip. He looks at Karen. Karen is right there. And puts the drink down. And then he starts staring at the door. Watch. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. And he starts staring at the door. Somebody's coming in. Somebody's coming in. Somebody's coming in. And 1, 2. There's Mr. Khaki Pants. What's up, buddy? And he's going to go unnoticed and not say anything to Brian Albert. But Brian stops him. Look, where are you going? Hey, come and give me a hug. But my question is, why aren't you guys in New York together? Why are all these hugs being exchanged back and forth? I thought you guys were in New York. So he gives him a hug. He goes all the way to the back and takes the jacket off. And that's why a lot of people miss him. Because once he takes the jacket off, he comes back to the table. John is entertained over here. So he doesn't even know that guy is there. He doesn't know. And Karen probably doesn't recognize him because the only time that Karen met him was at Carrie's house when John took Karen over for the first time. That's what Carrie Roberts said. So it's just funny how things work. But not as important as the... So what's BPH didn't know he could be killing? Well, but the thing is, Vinnie, that the last 3 people that were engaged with JohnOKeefe were Matt, Jen, and Chris. And you and I know that Colin was at the house because the geofencing puts him there. and registers that call at 12:31 when he called Tom Beatty's daughter. So Jen, Matt, and Chris were the last ones that were together at the Waterfall. And Jen was the one who was guiding John towards how to get to 34 Fairview. The call that happened at 12:18 in the morning, right? The last call, it was an ongoing call that was happening through the Bluetooth of the Yukon Denali, right? There's the Yukon right there. You see the lights on. It's waiting on Matt to jump on it. So Chris gets out of the Waterfall, and what he does is he joins. Look at him. He goes right to the left. He could have gone right because his house is to the right. 22 Maple Street is to the right, but he went to the left because in the left, that's where the Yukon is. The Yukon Denali is right there. Look, it's coming over. Okay, wait, that's Chris again. You should put it a little bit. There we go. So the Yukon is coming. You're going to see it behind the curtain when the wind gives out. There's the Yukon Denali right there. 12:13:42 right there. 12:13:42, 12:13:45, 46, 47. And we're talking seconds. There's Chris Albert. And he doesn't go to the left. I mean, the right. He goes to the left. So let's say he jumped in that Yukon Denali. Because that's my theory. And I'm going to die on that hill. And he's driving on this car. And he's driving with them to go to 34 Fairview. That's why he said on testimony, I followed Brian Albert. Because otherwise he would have said, I followed Jen and Matt to 34 Fairview, but he didn't. He said, I follow Brian Albert to 34 Fairview. And, women are masters are spying on guys. Well, I've never actually done that or have had to do that. I could care less, really. As long as nobody's spying on me. I didn't see that video. Can you show next? Which one? Which one? Where is the BPH at Meadows? I just showed you. Where is the BPA? Where is the video John talking to the Shico? I showed it earlier. You just joined. I've been doing this for 4 hours and 42 minutes. I have been auditing online, like going through. I can smell Karen. How do you know what perfume she wears? You probably wouldn't know. You probably couldn't tell. John talking to the Chico. Hello, I just got here. Okay. So this fancy Vince lawyer may not be Vince. But okay, hold on. Yeah, it may be him. Let's see if I can pull it up again. Just to please him. Where did I go? Okay, and since you just got here and you're new, you need to know that I am working with one hand because my predominant hand has been on a cast, the fourth cast in 2 years. So you're going to have to be patient with me. Okay, wait. I'm getting there. Okay, so here's the Shico, but you have access to the same videos that I do because our friend, Corey Hopkins, is the one that actually got all this FOIA stuff for us, either her or Kyle Sharkey or Emily C. or FOIA around and find out, or all of them, right? Let me see if it's this one. I think I may have. No, this is not this one. So I'm going to, show you this video. I found them. I'm looking for the chick is coming up with Paul O'Keefe. And there also snow blowing at night. Oh, I found the driver of the pearl white Venza. So, okay, let me share this screen instead. Hold on. I'm taking this out. And yeah, no, I'm getting them. I download. What does that mean? What does that mean? I download the entire FOIA document, and that's what I'm about to show you. Hold on. Share screens. Let's see. Here we go. There's the driver of the Venza. And I'm sure you can see it, but let me double check. Who is this? Maybe one of the cousins? I don't know. I don't know who that is. Could be one of the cousins. Well, she doesn't have the key to go into the, yeah, go to the front. And that's what I'm saying. Why did John go through that door, the red door, unless somebody told him on that last phone call which door to take? It doesn't make any sense. Like, make it make sense. I don't know whose for expedition that is, but there's an unknown individual coming out. We have no idea who that is either. I know that Paul O'Keefe pretty much sat camp on that house. There's the Shico coming in. He's going to the front door to go get Paul O'Keefe. And then, are they both coming out? That's one of the friends helping. And this is the one that we didn't want. Here we go. There's the Shico. What you doing here? What you doing here? I can't hear. I can't hear anything they're saying. Yeah, lots of people stop by. Now the next one is pretty interesting because when the Shico leaves, look what I noticed. Because in all of this, I'm looking for cars. I'm looking for cars to match all the cars that I have found on the Waterfall video. They go and they're out there. Come on, Shico, get on your car. May be the same car, may not be the same car, but it damn looks very close. So Paul comes back, and there goes the Shico. Wait. Could that be the same sedan? Canton PD. Wait. I took a couple of pictures, so I'm going to overlap them and see. Like, look. It looks pretty similar to that black sedan that it's seen in front of the Canton Library and the Waterfall parking lot. But yeah. Yeah, I saw her. It was amazing. Which mic? The mic, my mic, or the mic, this mic, or the mic on the thing? But anywho, I watched it. It was amazing. I mean, the fight is on. She's not quitting. You know, I hated the fact that they kept asking her, well, is this about money? Is this about John? Is this about you? And I'm going, you know, why does it have to be about something specific? Of course it is going to be about money. Everything is about money. Everything these people did, it's about money. And she's got to get some sort of compensation for everything that she has been put through. But it's also about John, because at the end of the day, we are all looking for justice in regards to him. I believe firmly that Jen, Matt, and Chris were the last three people that interacted with John at the Waterfall. Matt, Jen, and Chris were the last three people that were talking to John through the Bluetooth all the way up until when John opened up his waist, found the address for 34 Fairview, figured out that they had lost the turn, missed the turn, turned around, did the 3.4 turn, and met Ryan Nagel at the corner of Cedar, Crest, and Fairview. Jen gets out of the Yukon, and her watch shows her running inside 34 Fairview. But Matt and Chris are still on an ongoing call with John until 12/19/36. Now, I found a piece of evidence where I was able to prove that Guarino's written affidavit and testimony on the trial, he sort of did a mashup of the information that he gathered from Celebrite and the information that he gathered from Magnet Forensics, because each physical analyzer, each competitor, each company sort of like focuses on a specific things, not the same. So he used a mashup to be able to cheat us with 7 minutes. He pushed everything 7 minutes later because it was convenient for him to be on a 7-minute delay and push it further down to the 12:31, 12:45, because that's what the first trial's narrative was. Now, don't forget, the first trial, the prosecutor had an idea. On the second trial, they changed that narrative. Can you imagine if the defense team would have done something like it? It would have been suicidal. But the prosecution could get away with anything. Auntie Bev did not argue, did not condemn anything that the prosecution did, especially after Harmonica Hand comes into play, right? She was very sort of welcoming and accommodating of anything that he had to do. But he can't change. Guarino cannot. He can do whatever he wants to do, really. Obviously, he did. But it will be impossible with people that have 2 inches of a brain to not be able to figure out how he manipulated the time of arrival, the whole entire time thing, delaying the route. It took forever from Washington to whatever. And it's true. It took a while because it was the longer route and they didn't know where they were going. But within 10 minutes that they left the Waterfall, don't forget, Higgins left at 11:59 p.m. It took until 12:21 for John to get to where he was going. 21 minutes. For all I know, Higgins could have thought that John stood him up, right? Where the heck are you? Where are you? Are you coming here, right? Because it's been what? Over 20 minutes since he last talked to him and pointed at him and said, come on, let's go, right? And John had not shown up. The text message between Higgins and Jen are divorced from each other. They're not sent. One is sent at 12:20 and 12 seconds. The other one is sent at 12:20 and 49 seconds. Whether they're read at 12:25, whether they're read at a later time, yeah, whatever. I could care less. The reading of the text messages is irrelevant to me. The time in which these text messages were sent is relevant to me, because if Jen is sending the message 38 seconds after they already hung up the phone with him, 38 seconds passed from 12:19:36 when they hung up, right, until the 12:20 and 12 text. I'm sorry, 58 seconds. And then they show up at 12:21:10. And then Ryan Nagel, which in my eyes, he's been following that Lexus from CF McCarthy's, shows up right in front of their behinds with the lights on and pushing them to move a little bit forward, right? And he's there right when John gets out of the car, right after, parks at 4F-150, but he leaves before Karen left. Karen had to have left by 12:26, the latest, if we wanted to see her, as we saw her in front of the Canton Library parking lot at 12:29:02. It is impossible. That is the most logical explanation, is that in order for us to see Karen at 12:29:02, right in front of the library, she had to have left, at least at 12:26 in the afternoon. I mean, in the morning, from John's house, from 34 Fairview. Because how is she going to get to the Canton Library otherwise? I mean, you have to give it, and that's just giving her like a margin of error, right? But if that Lexus is seen, and we saw it right in front of the Canton Library, right, at 12:29:02, I'm going to make it bigger. Wait, there it is. There it is. Wait, there's the tail light. 12:29:03:04, passing the Canton Library. That means that she had to have left prior or on or about 12:26, the latest. There she is. That's the Lexus. So if we keep it running, because what normally people do is like, okay, well, I already saw it. Look how it blinks. Who's that? Do we know who's that? And then it jumps again. It stops and it jumps again. So I sit here for a minute and I watch. Okay, so what cars do what? Now, right before the 12:29:02, wait, let me take it back. We should have seen Ryan Nagel, right? Like if he left before Karen did, we should have seen Ryan Nagel. So what do you think that car is? Wait, 12:22, 12:22, 12:23, 12:24, around 12:25, 12:20 something. We should see what is that? That's a Jeep. That's a Wrangler. It's a gray Wrangler, right? Ryan Nagel should be coming up. And all we see is Karen. So when we go to the temple, let's go to the temple video. Hold on. When we go to the temple video, or actually, somebody pointed it out to me. me show it here. Let's see. I'm going to show you this. Oh my God. Okay, wait. So hold on. I'm getting there. Be a little patient. I knew you would be on top of it. Okay, so I'm going to share this tab instead. When we go to the temple, there's a truck. Chapman. So both. That's one. And that's the other one. And you see it at what? At 12:34. So these people, they're townies. They know which route to take. They know exactly how to go and how to get there and what's the shortest way to get there. And that's one of the reasons why would Ryan Nagel choose the longer route from CF McCarthy's to 34 Fairview? Why would he do that? Unless he was on the Lexus tail, why would he take the longer route? Everybody, Juliana Nagel, Heather Maxson, Ricky Dantano, Ryan Nagel, they were all insisting that they went there to pick up Julie, to pick up somebody who wasn't picked up anyways, right? They coincide on that, on the fact that he went there to pick Juliana Nagel up. Well, I doubt it. I don't think that's the reason why he went there at all. I don't think so. I mean, no. Nope. And until it makes sense to me, I will continue to look. See what Twitter is saying. So what did Ricky Dantano said? He was driving a 2018 Ford F-150 with his friend Ryan Nagel. So why didn't he claim ownership or said that the truck belonged to Ricky? Why? Interview of Heather Maxson. On Friday, Heather is the only one that says it. The only one that says it. Heather stated that Ricky was driving Ryan's Ford F-150. So let's see. Yes, even went back and rewatched the testimony about this the other week to see if they all lied about it, and they did. I can't figure out why. Because Ryan was driving. It was Ryan who was driving. He couldn't say that it was him that was driving. Because if he did, and he was obviously drinking, and somebody made him a comment, it's like, why would that matter if he was drinking, whatever? Well, today it doesn't matter, but he didn't know it was going to matter back in 2022. If we are all putting our feet on January 29, 2022, the day after, and they all knew what happened, right? How does Ryan Nagel, the following Sunday, knows that they're not going to go for the CF McCarthy's receipt of what he was drinking? How does he know that they're going to see him or not? Or he's going to find a little angel that is going to delete on the first video that he was at CF McCarthy's staring at John and Karen? How did he know that? How did he know that they were going to be able to track down it? He had a previous DUI from Florida. On January 29, 2022, there were a lot of fear going on. But luckily, there was a little angel who made it all go away. So, back on that moment of all of these people, think about it. Why there was a need whatsoever to even say that Julie wanted to go, and why did we have to go that route? Why did these people all had to try to make this story about I wanted to go and I called my brother, but then I didn't want to go, and then my brother left, and then well, JJ, because, and that's another thing. I don't know if you all know, but JJ, before John died, was John Joseph O'Keefe. And after John died, JJ became Jennifer Judith Weeks McCabe. There's no justice until there's justice. So I'm going to continue to dig and look at all of my papers and continue to go through anything that I can, anything that gives me, sheds any light into what could have happened, what happened, because I don't believe that if there are three people, one of them is manipulating, guiding, and controlling somebody's arrival to a house, and they're waiting for that person to arrive, and they are rushing there through the shortcut to make sure that they're there before, you know, their guests arrive. How do we know that those three people that were logically the last three people who could have been closer, right? Closer to what? To the entry door, to whatever door it was taken to access the house. How do we know that that phone call that ended at 12/19/36, 12/19/36, how do we know that that phone call did not include instructions as far as what door to use? How do we know that? What are the odds? Because logic tells me that if you go into an unknown house where you have never been, where you have never gone before, right? At least, you're going to be told, use the front door, use the side door, or just take the red door to the right of the garage, right? Now, one of the things that the last FOIA, I'm still at 8,122, but let me see something. Let me see if I can find something I want to show you and see if this makes any sense. Hold on. I'm going to bring this one up. Let's see if this is it. No. No. I'm looking for something specific. Let me see if I can bring it so I can show you. Because this was really mind-blowing today. Am I going to find it? Yep, there it is. So I'm going to bring it over here so I can open it up. Hold on. Every day, something new. But it's really not new. It's just that I got to finish. I got to do this in a certain order so I can figure out what leads me to the next one. But otherwise, it's just all over the place. Let's see. Is it that one? No. And that's kind of boring. Colin Albert is kind of boring. We already did those. Did those. Let me go here and see. No, it's not that one. So it's got to be on the same. No. 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 No, it's similar to that one, but it's not that one. So let me go to this one. Mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No. No. You know, the things that we take for granted. Like, I really miss my hand. I'm almost getting, can't say that I'm getting left-handed, but no. Okay. So this is the set. This is the third. No, this is the second. This is second. Okay. Come on. Okay. Here we go. So this is sort of how this starts. Here we go. I'm going to change this one, and I'm going to share this. On February 10th, 2022, at approximately 5:30 p.m., Trooper Proctor and I proceeded to blah, blah, blah in order to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Julie and Chris Albert at their residence. Both Julie and Chris were present at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night of January 29th, 2022, and then followed to Brian Albert's home in the early morning hours of the 29th, 2022. The purpose of this interview was to get their recollection of events both at the bar and then at 34 Fairview. The following is a summary of information exchanged between Julie, Chris, Proctor, and I. And I guess this is Buchanan talking. So, starting with the fact that then followed Brian Albert. That's the first cue. Why is that? Because Brian Albert was the first group to leave the waterfall. And Chris was the last one to leave the waterfall. So in between Chris and the first group, there were other people in between. But he chose to say that he followed to Brian Albert's home, right? So he didn't say who, with who, or why, or how did he get there? Nothing. Following formal introductions, Julie Albert, DOB, blah, 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 provided her cell phone number. Chris Albert, DOB, blah, 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 stated his cell phone number was. Look at the difference. So Julie is providing her cell phone, right, which was extracted. We're going to continue to read. But Chris Albert just stated what his cell phone number was. Why? Why didn't they get both cell phones, right there and then. Both stated that it had been 4 or 5 years since they knew the victim, JohnOKeefe, and only met KarenRead once in a social meeting prior to the 28th of January. Julie told us that Karen was not her friend, only an acquaintance, and that John was her friend. Chris told us that he had never exchanged personal information with John prior to the 28th. John and Chris were not friends. John and Chris were not friends at all. Chris went on to say earlier in the day that John came in to D&E Pizza with his adopted son. Chris shared with us that he had plans to go to CF McCarthy's or the Waterfall later in the evening. Julie texted John and said that she was at the Waterfall around 8:45 p.m., telling him, and him by him meaning John, to get down here. At 10:41, Julie sent last text to John, and shortly after, John and Karen walked into the bar. 10:41, and they walked in at 10:54. Remember? So Julie remembered that John and Karen walked into the bar area, and Karen pulled the drink out of their jacket. Lie. Straight out lie. She did not. She dogged a little, pointed a little. She was so sassy and giddy, said hello to people, so she didn't pull anything. So that's your first lie. John offered to get Karen a new drink, but Chris nor Julie remember. Why would you? Whether he followed up with, why would you? Shortly after, Julie developed a migraine, right, and that's why she ran, sprinting out of the far Waterfall at 11:18, right, with a headache. You can't even open your eyes when you have a headache. Nonetheless, sprint out. Shortly after, Julie developed a migraine, right? Chris stayed behind with the rest of the group for a few more drinks. Chris told us that he purchased a round of shots of Fireball whiskey and the group, but was not sure exactly who drank theirs and who didn't. Right. I wonder if there was roofies involved. Chris told us that John was drinking Bud Lights during the evening. Chris told us that John actually got Karen the same drink she brought in. How do you know? Oh my God. It's like you were not at CF McCarthy's, were you? So how do you know what drink Karen brought if she brought one and you're making this shit up as you go? And I'm like, Chris told us that John actually got Karen the same drink. This is ridiculous. Chris stated that when he walked out of the Waterfall Bar and Grill, he remembers John and Karen walking the opposite direction. So how exactly did you remember this, Chris Albert? Because you walked out at 12:13:44. And they walked out at 12:11. So how, you were in the bathroom, for God's sakes, God knows doing what? How do you remember that they were walking in the opposite direction of his path? You're such an idiot. And these people don't even double check. It's like, what did you guys do? He walked right and the couple walked left. Oh my God. Oh yeah, you walked right? Chris recalled John being dressed in a baseball bat, gray sweatshirt. You know what he was dressed on. You all ended up washing those clothes, didn't you? Julie told us that it was a taller cylindrical shape. Oh, whatever. And then this is ridiculous. This is just all ridiculous. According to both Julie and Chris, nothing about their behavior indicated that either one of them was drunk or even buzzed. Both held conversation perfectly fine, and when Julie and Chris stated that there were no arguments between anyone present in the bar in general, but specifically no issues between Karen and John. Julie told us that she was asleep at 4:55 a.m. on January 29th when her phone woke her up, and it was Jen's missed call, and that's how she found out about John dying. So let's see. I dream of Jeannie. How do you actually diggy and there's a missed call at 4:55 with a missed phone call, but that's how you find out that John dying. That's how you found out about John dying. I'm gonna read KarenRead next, but I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to go I had to put the puppies under cages because one did another number with the nails and was bleeding. So, but she's all taken care of. It wasn't whiskey this time, it was cayenne. But I'm going to go check on them and pamper them a little. And then I got a package that I've been waiting for a long time, since I want to say March. And it finally got here, and I'm going to open it because I want to see what's there. I know I owe you guys a conversation in regards to the Elevate situation. And I think I want to wait until I open this package. And when we are all rested, maybe not on a Friday, maybe we can do it at a more convenient time for all of us. I'm not sure what's going to happen. My schedule is off. Like, my weekends are during the week and my weekdays are during the weekends lately. So, but I will try to see if I can come back in at some point. I am writing reports and auditing mainly during the day, early in the morning before, the busy times and the phone starts ringing and all of that. And oh my God, I have calls to answer. But I promise you, I'll come back. And I know that I want to make sure that a couple of people are available so we can all sort of like join in and do our thing and brainstorm and have fun for a good hour or so. And until then, I hope everybody enjoys their weekend and be safe, because the way this is going, it's like